Right. Good morning. Welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, September 29th, 2021. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
So thank you very much. Well, at this time, I'd like to just take a moment acknowledging Tom Anderson. This is his last board meeting at Deschutes County as the county administrator. Hired in July of 1998 here at Deschutes County, a senior management analyst. And Tom, I'm going to ask you to say some words, but yeah, what was your thought as you were coming in? So, because you ended up being maybe the director, community development director, and then, as I say, we appointed, and thank you so much for joining us, appointed you as Deschutes County Administrator in April of 2013. But yeah, take us back a little bit when you first started at the county, if you don't mind.
Sure, Commissioners. I wrote a letter to all county employees last week and talked a little bit about that. But yeah, no, I never in my wildest dreams imagined that I'd be finishing my career in the position I'm in now. I came from a large urban area and always dreamed of living in Central Oregon, like so many people who've come here, and figured that I'd take a solid job, but it was more of a lateral from where I was previously, and until a better opportunity arrived, and soon realized that in a more rural area, much smaller, those opportunities are much fewer and farther between. So, but the flip side is, I kind of fell in love with the development world and community development, and really enjoyed my work there. And then when my boss, director, unfortunately went out on a medical leave, the commission at that time appointed me to become director. That was in 2004.
Community development.
Community development, right? And I really loved that job, and could have easily retired in that job. Just enjoyed the interaction with the community and helping to shape sort of the growth and development of our county. And then when there was an opening in county administrator role, I didn't apply the first two times. It came open, but then the board asked me to come over as interim. That was actually in the fall of 2012. And I was happy to do it. I had always sort of looked at city or county management as my ultimate goal. That's what I went to school for, and started on that path in my previous organization. Lo and behold, the commissioners appointed me, as you said, in April of 13 to the job, and it's been an incredible ride since then for the last 9 years. Basically supporting the rest of the departments in the county, both operating offices of elected officials and our internal service crews, which are awesome. And that's really the job of, in my opinion, of an administrator, is to help others do great things. Very little is achieved other than helping to translate policy and administrative support. The real work happens at the department level, and that's where some of our greatest achievements have come. So to be able to support that and help shape the organization to be a place where those great things can happen has been just a joy for me the last 9 years. And I couldn't be happier that Nick Lelak, my long-term colleague, is taking over solo next month. And I have every reason to believe that the county will, with the leadership of the commissioners, continue to do great things. We have a staff that's just frankly awesome at every level, across every department and office. So things are looking good going forward. But it's been my honor to help with those things over the last 23 years, and I'm leaving in a good place, and knowing that things are in good shape.
And I do want to thank you very much. I know, so 2004, the economy was racing, and it was racing up. And then there was a point in time where it was shrinking quickly, in the community development department, as I say, was the place. You were the director at the time, so Deschutes County had to adjust. And the community development department shrank pretty quick, too. So tough times have been had also. But being able to grow back out of that, I think of the last 10 years, is been the upswing, and it's still going up, especially with the worldwide pandemic, people wanting to be in the rural more. So you have seen it all. I really want to thank you for your efforts at the Budget Committee as the budget officer, putting the annual budget together. Just riding herd on the Deschutes County budget is an amazing task and capability. I want to thank you so much for that. It's been an honor and a pleasure to work with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to also thank Tom for 23 years of service across the county organization. Personally, I have so appreciated having you in this role as I've been settling into my role as commissioner over the last 9 months. And I don't know if I could have gotten up to speed and been able to function, in this role at the level I am able to now without you. So thank you.
Very welcome.
And I would like to add my comments too, Tom. I want to thank you. It's been a pleasure the last 2.5 years to work with you. And I'm really happy that you reinitiated those weekly meetings, because I think they've really added a lot to what we as commissioners are aware of, and always having a face-to-face is incredibly important. And I know that Nick's probably seeing that too. So thank you. And I hope that your bucket list continues to grow and you have a great time out there in many of your travels. But we thank you, and I know we'll be seeing you in the community.
Thank you, Patty. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And welcome Nick Lilac. So this is the county administrator position, very serious business. The relationships with the cities, the destination resorts, development, the relationships with the other elected officials. There's a lot of moving parts to this. But as I say, Tom Anderson came with credentials, and Nick, you have the credentials also. I'm very looking forward to the future in this.
Thank you.
So thank you. At this time, citizen input. And we do have the opportunity, we discussed this a meeting or two ago, about citizen input on Zoom or a telephone call on this meeting. So the request is at this time, is there anybody on Zoom, a hands raised feature or telephone call? Okay, seeing none. We do have multiple emails and multiple topics. So Nick, here we go. Lots of topics these days. One of them, there was a message about a Facebook post about county's use of Roslyn for homeless and expressed his opposition to this. So Roslyn Campground is an asset of the Park District in La Pine. And I'll just fill in a little bit for the other commissioners. I was on the radio talking with the mayor of La Pine, talking about what are the opportunities for housing. And so Roslyn was discussed, but it wasn't discussed as a low-barrier campground or shelter facility. So that did get changed a little bit in the community on Facebook, but thank you very much for that input. And also a comment about a shooting in downtown Bend. So this is an email directly to us as commissioners. So there's, I want to thank Bill Erickson for that comment. We can all read that. And then also Sisters Homeless Shelter. So there's an effort in Sisters, some discussions being decided in the community about a homeless shelter. So there's two sides to that issue. So we want to thank folks for that. Also at editorial, I think some of them might have come into citizen input, or maybe it was just board, but for the wildlife inventories, we got a lot of emails on that recently, and that'll be a topic for today's board meeting also. So those are the 3 emails received plus all the other input. Anything else? So seeing none, let's move to the consent agenda. Quite a few items on here, but we've been prepping for each one of these.
So moved for the consent agenda.
All right.
Second.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. At this time, we will convene as the governing body of the Sun River Service District. We'll take each item separately. Consideration of a signature for a letter thanking Jackie Schmidt for service on the Sun River Service District Managing Board.
I'll move board approval of the consent agenda item. Number 11.
Number 11, okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Item number 12, consideration of board signature of letter appointing Tony Alicante to the Sun River Service District Managing Board.
So move the appointment of Tony Alicante to the Sun River Service District Managing Board.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. At this time, we'll reconvene as the governing body of Deschutes County. Item number 13, a request for approval to apply for Oregon Department of Veterans Suicide Prevention Grant.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. Joining me for this item is Keith McNamara with our Veterans Service Office, and also Carolyn Suter out of Health Services. Carolyn is the county's Suicide Prevention Coordinator. Just to set the table, we are seeking board approval to apply for a grant from the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs. The topic is suicide prevention among veterans. The grant allows us to apply for up to $4,000 for these efforts. If the board approves the grant application and we are successful, staff will come back with a budget adjustment to reflect the additional resources and expenditures. So with that, I will kick it over to Caroline.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Caroline Suter. I'm Deschutes County Suicide Prevention Coordinator. And I just want to thank the board for providing space for us in the agenda today to talk a little bit about the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs Suicide Prevention Grant opportunity. My role today is really just to share a little bit about our community's needs for enhancing mental health and suicide prevention outreach efforts for veterans and their families. But also we just want to highlight that we also believe that with these grant funds and with the county's current investments in mental health and veterans population, that we can make a difference for our veterans here in Deschutes County. So with that being said, I just want to jump into a little bit of important data to highlight why this grant funding is essential for our community. So when we look nationally, according to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs 2021 National Veteran Suicide Prevention Annual Report, the number of suicides among U.S. adults increased from just a little under 30,000 in the year 2001 up to just slightly over 45,000 in the year 2019. When we look locally, according to the Deschutes County Suicide Report from 2020, of all the suicide deaths between the years of 2000 and 2017, 1/5 of the suicide deaths were veterans. So this equates to roughly about 1 in every 5 deaths by suicide in Deschutes County are veterans. When we look at data from the Oregon Violent Death Reporting System for Deschutes County, that data from the years of 2003 to 2017, 77.8% of veteran suicide decedents had depression as a mental health diagnosis. And when we speak to suicide prevention, we often highlight and know that mental health diagnoses is one of a leading contributing factor for anyone who may be suicidal. Lastly, just a few data points from a recent Oregon Health Authority Behavioral Health Services Improvement Study. It was conducted for Oregon veterans specifically. Stigma around mental health and substance use is a major barrier as to why veterans are not seeking behavioral health care. Additionally, the lack of knowledge regarding behavioral health resources within their community for themselves as well as for their families is another key finding out of that improvement study by OHA, Oregon Health Authority. But one of the key things to highlight from that improvement study is that encouragingly, Oregon veterans exhibited a strong desire to achieve behavioral health wellness for themselves, but also just to improve the behavioral health conditions for future veterans. So with that being said, we just wanted to highlight and and point out that it's just critical to access this grant funding so that we can help improve upon our community outreach and resource sharing within the veteran communities of Deschutes County when it comes to lowering mental health stigma, improving knowledge base surrounding mental health and suicide prevention resources for the veterans population in Deschutes County, as well as for their families. With that being said, that's just a little bit of highlight around national and local data. I wanted to throw it over to Keith.
Thank you.
Keith, you're muted.
There we go. I just want to thank the board for the time. I greatly appreciate it. Just a couple little items that I'd like to stress is I read an article just 2 days ago on the military website that 3 soldiers in New York all committed suicide within the 2 days time frame. Yesterday, our office got a call from a veteran who was in a mental health crisis, and we were able to get him hooked up with his counselor at the Ben Vet Center, which took care of talked to him and got him back in a good place. So I was very happy about that. But I think doing an ad campaign or a media campaign, social media, trying to get the word out of that it's okay, to ask for help and that we are here to help. And there are a lot of resources in Deschutes County that can help. I think that's going to be the key topic. The key point we want to make with our suicide awareness campaign.
Great. Thank you so much.
And, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, one of the realities right now, seeing the wall that heals it down in La Pine, the media coverage on that already, it brings people together, and there's already people just sharing feelings and emotions in a public setting, and how valuable is that at this point in time. So we've got other activities going on. It is okay to ask for help, and resources are available. So I'm very supportive of this at this time. Commissioner Dare.
No, because you were just explaining that 20% of the suicides were from veterans, and seeing what's happening right now with our military, where if they're refusing to have the vaccination, they are being discharged. I'm just wondering if there's something else that we should truly be jumping up and doing right now. I feel a lot of our military are very, very fragile. And, Keith, if there's anything that we can do, we definitely want to recognize the impact and, the helplessness at this moment in time for some of our veterans. And thank goodness we do have the wall in La Pine. I'm going to go down on Friday. I think that's amazing, and I'm really happy. It will be bringing people together, and it's always good to get together and talk about it. But if there's anything, please don't hesitate. You guys both have the floor.
Mm-hmm. I would echo that and say, that this grant proposal is for $4,000, which is really not, it's not a lot of resources to do this work. So, I mean, if these are practices that have a lot of evidence behind them of having a meaningful impact, I would be interested in learning what we can do to add more resources to have an even bigger impact on veteran suicide and prevention of veteran suicide.
To that point, Commissioner, Keith either has or will reach out to the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs and see if other dollars can be used for this campaign effort. Keith receives money from the state. There's some carryover funds from last year because events had to be canceled due to COVID. So Keith is pursuing and requesting permission from ODVA to use those carryover dollars to add to this campaign.
Yeah, and I've already reached out to the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs. I just have not received a response yet. if we will be allowed to use our promotional advertising funding to augment this campaign. So I'm waiting for their answer on that. But I'm pretty sure that this will be allowed as long as we are expanding and referencing our services along with that. So I think we'll be able to do that. I just have to wait for the answer. Thank you.
That's
go.
That is great. I mean, but I would also, I mean, if you need those resources from the Department of Veterans Affairs to get people connected to to their benefits that they're entitled to, I would hate to take away from that as well. Basically, I'm asking if there are additional resources from the county that would benefit this cause and these efforts. And when we can put our finger on a health disparity like this for a specific population, I think that this is something that is worth investing general fund dollars in or finding other resources to address.
Thank you. Well, at this time, so it's a request for approval to apply for these suicide prevention grant dollars. Is there a motion?
I move board approval for the Veterans Services Office to apply for a $4,000 grant from the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs for a suicide prevention campaign.
And I'll second the motion. And Keith, if you don't hear shortly, please let us know so that we can step up with funds.
I will do that.
A lot of support from the Board of Commissioners today. So any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you so much. Have a great day. At this time, item number 14, grant application request, Oregon DEQ for smoke, response plan for smoke. Tell us about smoke, Ed Keith.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Ed Keith, Deschutes County Forester. This morning, similar to the last item, this is a request to apply for a grant. This is to the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. This funding comes about due to the omnibus wildfire bill that passed in the last full session of the Oregon Legislature, Senate Bill 762. You've had previous presentations on this, but this is in particular to, there's multiple sections in this bill. Section 13 provided funding to the Department of Environmental Quality for a variety of actions around smoke. And one of those that the DEQ has divided out a portion of those funds for communities that have already developed what's called a community response plan. We developed the first community response plan in cooperation with the City of Bend and other partners, including the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, Oregon Department of Forestry. And that was specifically related to prescribed fire smoke. This funding is not necessarily just for prescribed fire smoke. It's for all smoke, whether it be impact from prescribed fire smoke or wildfire smoke. This is basically being termed as a non-competitive grant. So those communities that have gone through the process of already developing a community response plan, DEQ is providing dollars to implement those plans or any other actions related to mitigating smoke. There's one thing that isn't eligible, and it's the thing that a lot of people, the first thing that comes to mind is providing clean air spaces or individual air cleaners to individuals. There is funding in Senate Bill 762 for that, but not through the Department of Environmental Quality. There's going to be a separate funding stream that comes through the Oregon Health Authority and the Department of Human Services that hasn't been rolled out yet. So if you happen to think if that's the first thing that comes to your mind, like a lot of other partners, that is kind of off the table for this particular funding. So what we fall into for this is asking for funding basically for a lot of basically an information campaign and associated materials that would go along with an information campaign, because a lot of the other actions that people can take to really rely on people taking individual action to protect themselves within their homes and choosing to do activities corresponding to the air quality. So we're thinking of working with a media firm to work on an information campaign that corresponds to times that the community is experiencing smoke, making sure that people are aware of what the air quality is and what they should or shouldn't be potentially doing in terms of like outdoor activities or things that they can do around their home to protect themselves, creating their own safer air quality within their homes, such as shutting their windows or having a HEPA filter in their home, those sorts of things. The amount that we're looking at that DEQ set aside for each of these communities that have a community response plan is $75,000. It does go along with a 10% match, which we can easily match with some of our existing expenses around maintenance of our website that we already have up and running and utilize for wildfire and prescribed fire smoke messaging, our text alert system, and some staff time. So 10% matches shouldn't be a problem. Like I said, we plan to issue a request for proposals to media firms, and then work with them to create a variety of products and messages that can be used beyond this performance period of the grant even, but the performance period runs through the rest of the state biennium. Well, cuts off a little bit shorter so that we can close out the grant and be reimbursed for our expenses, but it runs through March of 2023. I am working with a variety of partners, primarily the Deschutes County Public Health, working directly with Morgan Emerson, as well as our communications director, Whitney Hale. Deschutes County Public Health also plans to work with healthcare providers throughout the community to make sure that vulnerable populations are getting this messaging and understand what they need to do to protect themselves from smoke. So that we do plan to specifically focus on portions of the populations that are disproportionately vulnerable to smoke, such as people over 65, people with chronic respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, pregnant women, children, and longer-term smokers are all in that category that are more susceptible to being impacted from wildfire, prescribed fire smoke. And of course, we also will be working with partners external to the county that include City of Bend and Bend Fire, the U.S. Forest Service and BLM, Oregon Department of Forestry, and the Nature Conservancy has also been a partner in this, what we call our Smoke and Public Health Collaborative. So that's kind of a high level overview of what we're looking at for this grant opportunity with the Department of Environmental Quality. And if you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them.
Thank you.
Ed, so I understand and very much appreciate that the focus of this is going to be on helping people to, understand how to reduce smoke impacts on their health. Is there going to also be messaging involved in this campaign that tries to convey to the community the need for and the importance of prescribed fire? So, education about, why some smoke is needed, as well as how to protect yourself from smoke.
Yes, I think those go hand in hand. I think the focus of this particular funding is around, the relationship to smoke, but definitely I do think that it helps if people understand why we do have smoke in the community, say in the spring, and the trade-offs, the very purposeful smoke management decisions that are made to try to keep the majority of smoke out of the community, but the trade-offs that we do think about in terms of community safety and why we are burning next to town. So I think that can be a component of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, just for the long term, it's important for people who live here to understand that there will be smoke in the air, whether from wildfire or prescribed fire, and it's part of life here. I mean, that's kind of in some of the discussions with the Smoke Management Committee and DEQ and ODF in the past. I get the impression that some people feel like, well, we could get, it's possible to just completely avoid smoke, and it's not realistic in this community, in this environment, and so helping people to understand how best to live with smoke is it's an important thing it's an important thing for our community to understand.
Certainly, and I would just say that assumption is kind of built into the part of having the community response plan. Actually does allow us to have a small amount of smoke, a little bit more amount of smoke in the community than if we didn't have a community response plan, with the idea that if people understand why and they're being informed of when, so that they can, say, close their doors windows, before they go to bed at night, they can avoid a lot of those short-term impacts to the prescribed fire smoke. So I think all that goes kind of hand in hand, and we were actually granted an exception for the highest bar, the 1 hour level of smoke that's in the smoke management plan, so that we now just comply with the 24-hour threshold for air quality when we're doing prescribed fire, to try to allow us to get those really high priority burns done next to those developed communities.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I think it's really important. And if you don't have a HEPA filter, it might be a good time to pick one up. Thank goodness it's almost October 1st. I remember last year when the air quality in Deschutes County, I know at Black Butte it was up to 1,000. So our numbers were over the top off and on for 8 days. And let's just hope that we continue on, but definitely next spring for the prescribed burns. I would move approval of the grant application request, submitting a grant to the Oregon DEQ in the amount of $75,000.
Second.
Okay, very good. A couple other thoughts real quick. So the AQI at East Base Labs is a kind of a Central Oregon monitoring effort. Maybe reach out to them, and I don't know if it'd be a sub-recipient grant opportunity or not, but I'd just like to make sure, because we did see the media pick that up. Since we've seen these sensors in Central Oregon, I know that they've been expanded out to Black Butte Ranch and Shelter Cove over by Odell Lake. So, I mean, it's got a really good footprint there. I don't know how many people are really using that, but I saw there's a little note on the front page says, please don't refresh, as it costs us a nickel once in a while every time you do that. But so I know there's expenses. That was an effort from local engineering group plus OSU Cascades master's level work. So, I mean, it's a really great Central Oregon air quality effort that is real time, real-time sensors in our Central Oregon area. And then also, just for clarity, I have a hunch there may be prescribed burns this fall also, not just next spring. Do you have a thought on that, Ed?
Yes, I would anticipate some prescribed fire this fall. We normally have a pretty narrow window between when fire season sort of ramps down and those resources that could be deployed even nationally are then available here locally to do those prescribed fires before it gets kind of too wet. We do see a significant amount of pile burning done in the late fall and then all the way through the winter. So as fire season is winding down, there may be a narrow window of time where we see a limited amount of what I call or describe as broadcast burns, and then we'll transition over into pile burning. And that typically doesn't impact the community as much as the broadcast burns do, but we'll definitely still be seeing smoke in the air as those fuels are try to be disposed of and mitigated as we move out of fire season.
Yeah, so it could be this fall, this winter, and in the spring. It's just the acknowledgement. Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none, Commissioner Dare
Yes.
and Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, item number 15, American Rescue Plan funding update. So this is our working spreadsheet of commitments made and the requests that are out there. I think we've had maybe one-on-ones, all of us, with the finance folks on this in the last week or so. We do have our one item that we discussed on Monday, which is the funding for Bethlehem Inn in Redmond. I'd like to, bring that up again today also. Great, thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Greg Munn, Treasurer and Chief Financial Officer. So today's agenda item is one of our ongoing updates for the American Rescue Plan Act funding. The last time we met was August 25th. And so on today's agenda, we have three items laid out. One is to receive an update and proposal from COIC on the Small Business Assistance Project. The second one is to request formal approval of the $82,000 funding the mobile cold storage unit. And then the third is to review the ARPA funding requests and anything else the Commission would like to discuss. So, in terms of the Small Business Assistance Project, just a little bit of history here before we dive in. On July 14th, the board asked, during one of our initial ARPA reviews, the board asked for a way to determine the economic impact on the pandemic, of the pandemic on businesses that weren't able to access prior CARES support or other federal assistance dollars. And so as a start and to get the word out, we partnered with our chambers in the county. There's 5 chambers. We partnered with the chambers to help us answer that question. And we also issued press releases and have set up an email hotline. It's the ARPA at, thank you, ARPA, ARPA at Deschutes.org. And that is an email portal for the public to submit questions and proposals for ARPA. So the chambers finished their survey work on September 15th, and we received 79 responses with 60% or about 47 stating that they would be that they had been financially impacted by the pandemic and would apply for funds if that was made available. Since then, we've met with COIC, partner COIC, and asking them for a proposal to vet the request and summarize the net negative impacts for the future board funding consideration out of ARPA. So, and as you know, COIC has been instrumental in assisting the county and other municipalities in this region with this kind of work. I believe they've helped us in 4 or 5 of these recent review and funding allocation processes over the last couple of years. So I have on the line with me Scott Aycock and Michelle Williams, both from COIC, and I've given you a copy of their proposal. It was emailed to you last night, and you have a paper copy in front of you this morning. And I'm going to turn it over to Scott and Michelle.
Good morning, Commissioners. I know that you probably just got this proposal before the meeting started, so I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it, but I won't review it line by line, but it's essentially a very similar process to what we've done in the past of working with the county to establish the criteria and standards for who would be eligible to receive this funding, and an application process that would be on our grant page. We would do outreach and coordination with your public information officer, the chambers of commerce in the region, other partners that have helped get the word out, like the SBDC, et cetera, local governments, et cetera. So, and then in this case, since there's an interest in, if you will, making these businesses, and also some nonprofits, I understand, whole in terms of their either lost revenues or increased costs as a result of COVID, that would require some review of financial documentation. And so that is probably, that right there, that piece may be the single biggest time factor, because it does take some time to go carefully through that. We often get insufficient financial information. We'll send it back and ask for some clarification, et cetera. So what we're looking at is what we talked about with your staff is having an open application process that we would then draw a line at a certain point, accumulate all the applications we've reviewed so far, bring that back to the Board of County Commissioners with, here's the total amount that's been requested, here's like an average amount, the number of businesses and nonprofits, et cetera, and have you determine, do you want to fund that total amount? Do you want to fund less? What makes sense to you? But we would keep the application open. One thing that we discussed in our meeting, which was late yesterday, the very end of the meeting, so it didn't find its way into the memo, was there might be an approach that would simplify things a little bit. So businesses that, at least the businesses that were established prior to 2019, they will have 2019 tax returns and 2020 tax returns. We could use those, we could compare those to get a feel for, obviously, only 2020 lost revenues or cost overruns, but it's a fairly simple way to assess the impact of COVID. You can't prove it exactly, but if they're in certain sectors like restaurants or fitness centers or whatever, you can certainly infer if you see a big revenue loss, why. And then what we could do is, since that only addresses 2020 losses, we could then wait until for instance, the second tranche of ARPA funding comes, and after folks have filed their tax returns, to do a second process that compared 2020 and 2019, 2020, and 21. So we could get an estimate of the harm that was caused during 2021. So that was something we talked about late. It's an option of how to proceed. But the rest of it's, again, fairly straightforward and similar to the grant programs we've managed in the past, with one exception being that some of the other grant programs, because there was funding coming from the state that had its own strings attached, organizations like chambers of commerce were not eligible. Organizations like veterans organizations that got a lot of their money from, say, their luncheons or whatever, because they weren't a 501c3, they were a 501c19, they were not eligible either. So we would propose that those kind of entities be eligible this time around. So at that point, just wondering if there are any questions or comments.
So one of my thoughts is, the intention here is for those businesses not otherwise qualified to previous efforts, so it's really a subset of folks that have come to us and said, this, I didn't quite qualify for this, but man, was I impacted. So I think hopefully, the chambers of commerce understand what's going on, and you're starting to list some of those specific examples. Once we're looking to kind of tease out that subset of folks that, yes, I was affected and I didn't quite qualify for everything else that was offered, because we've heard from those folks.
Okay, and I guess I probably misunderstood that then, because I had thought that it was those businesses, but also businesses that might have qualified for other efforts, but that those other efforts didn't make them whole. So I structured it around, sorry.
It's good for us to discuss right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So is that in the intention to make businesses whole. I mean, this is a very dynamic, challenging time for everybody. So then I just worry about there's a function of some people are going to be ready. They're going to want to do all the paperwork. They're going to want to hold on. Other businesses are just moving on. And then is it fair that it's going to be a function of how much effort is put in by the business owner at that point? So, I mean, let's do the right thing here. But yeah, if we can set any direction to it, what the will of the board is, that may be valuable at this time. Any thoughts?
On that particular question, I'm open.
Okay.
Uh, Yeah, I mean, I can see the value of making people, trying to get people closer to whole, who've had losses and who've, tapped into other efforts, and people who, for various reasons, particularly, we definitely want to address businesses who were not eligible for previous programs and.
Commissioner Dare, any thoughts?
Well, I personally know of a business who went through all their life savings in order to pay their rent all those months. So, there's a lot of loss out there, I think, especially in small businesses. And I appreciate your memo. And also, Scott, thank you. Yes, using tax returns is really probably a pretty decent idea. We could do something this year, then we could do something again, later next year with the ARPA funds for next year. If it so shows that some people are still being impacted significantly. So this has been really important to me. I know that our original funding a year ago, people thought they were going to get 20,000 and they got 2,500. There's still a lot of need in our community.
And that's fine. I was just trying to put some direction to it. As I say, the examples I feel for the ones that just didn't quite qualify. Every time they came around, they just weren't the right fit. So that's maybe a subset of this effort. And then other folks that, truly had big expenses and big revenue that has not been, realized in the last 2 years. So, I wasn't making a strong statement there. I was just putting a vision to it. So
I might add a little bit to that conversation that happened late yesterday afternoon. The other thing that we were concerned about is, even though we've had this effort to open this email portal, we've had press releases, we've tried to put the information out to gather this information, we've used our chambers and all of our experts in the area to try to communicate this as much as we can, we're still confident that we're not covering everybody. But we do think that this process, if we were to split it up into 2 phases, not only makes it a little bit more mathematical in calculating, because you're going from a fixed period compared to another fixed period, plus whatever other documentation is needed, but it also gets the word out and would allow us to come back in 2022 and recapture anybody that we missed in this fiscal year as well.
great. Yeah, and the Chambers of Commerce are going to know, the business, so let's make sure they're the partners. They're the front lines. They're going to know which businesses were, just truly affected. The customer base went away because of COVID, So yeah, let's proceed. I'm not opposed to this at all. Just starting out with a subset of them, I guess.
There was one subgroup of businesses that I had some concerns may not be dialed in with their chambers, but who I know were significantly affected by the pandemic. And early on, maybe actually probably last year, I was contacted by a number of entertainment venues and performing artists who, clearly, if you are a musician and you depend on being able to play live concerts, and live concerts basically were eliminated for the year of 2020, you took a hit. And I would love to ensure that in this process, people like that are able to seek, seek kind of compensation or recovery of some of their losses as well. And I know when I asked Greg and Dan about this yesterday, we had we talked about, kind of how some of these in many cases, individuals might be organized as businesses, and if they don't have a business license, or if they're not, if they don't file as a sole proprietor of a business, their taxes, it might be very difficult to work with them, because I don't know what kind of documentation they would have on their business and their business losses. But to the extent that there are some of those folks who, it's a decent chance that they're not signed up as members of their chamber. They may not hear about these opportunities through other channels. I would love to make sure that there are opportunities for them in this program, and B, that we look at other channels to put the word out to those businesses so that they can take advantage of this opportunity.
Yes, along those same lines, I remember a couple people that walked up to get their checks at Christmas time, and it was just like by miracle that they had actually heard about the application program. So clearly, there are people out there that aren't members of the chamber, and I don't want them to miss out on the opportunity.
Yeah.
So how do we think out of the box so that more people can actually apply? Scott.
Yeah, for the performing artists, I think, talking to some of the music or art venues, they could get the word out to some of the people who would ordinarily be performing there. But yeah, for some of those other harder to reach small businesses, I don't have any good ideas.
So what's the scope of this investment, or when are we going to find that out? As in, are we just come one, come all, big pool of requests going to come?
We anticipated an open application process that would, again, outreach as many channels as we can, including our list of, we have a long list of businesses now that we've worked with in the past. Then I believe on the timeline, we would take the interim results to you on November 5th in a report saying, here's the scale of demonstrated need that has been vetted and verified, and then give you a couple scenarios, or just ask what you want to do in terms of total investment you want to make given the outcomes of that, of essentially the applications are almost like a research study in themselves. It tells us what the need is and how many businesses and what the scale is. And so that would give you an opportunity to decide how you want to, what level of investment you want to do.
So that's a future decision.
Mm-hmm.
And Commissioner DeBona, I just wanted to go back to your question about the scope of the project. Are we going to be including businesses that already receive federal funding? And just wanted some clarification on that. They are, if a business received federal funding, but it still had a either decrease in revenue, a net loss, it would still be eligible under ARPA. So I guess that's just some guidance for COIC. I think we were intending on having those individuals apply, but that would be up to the board's direction. So just some clarification there.
No, that's great. Now we're getting down to the terminology and how we're even using the words around this. Because, as I say, I was just starting off with one of the scenarios I know of, people that didn't qualify otherwise. I wasn't trying to exclude. I was just saying that was the starting point.
Yeah, so today, the ask to the board is to approve a contract and delegate that authority to the county administrator to sign a contract with COIC for not to exceed $35,000 to administer this process for us.
That's the business.
I'll move to approve county administrator's signature on a contract with COIC to administer this small business and nonprofit grant program.
Not to exceed $35,000, and I'll second that with that friendly addition.
So, and that's acknowledged?
Sure.
There we go, okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Good discussion. Is there anything else? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay, so there's one item down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So Scott, our other item for the core three, we can do that in about 15 or 20 minutes if you're available to stay online.
Okay. I'll stick
After
around.
this
Thank
agenda
you.
item. Thank you.
Okay. The second item on the agenda today is to formally approve formally approve the mobile cold storage unit. It's an $82,000 ask to spend out of ARPA funds. We had this conversation a couple of weeks ago individually so that we could move ahead with that to bring it back here for formal approval for the board. And it is on the ARPA list, and it is line item number 69. You'll notice it's $82,000. And that's for the 17-foot mobile morgue that is being used right now by St. Charles as part of the pandemic response. And it will be permanently located with the sheriff for future uses.
Okay, yes, acknowledged. So there's some discussion about that a couple weeks ago, the fact that there may be a need. It was written up in the paper, the acknowledgement that there's 3 spots at the hospital, traditionally for decedents, and this is a wave activity, so having more locations for decedents at this time is important. So St. Charles proceeded with the purchase, because the purchase or a lease was the other opportunity. Purchase was going to be a more clear path, is my understanding, and we've been informed along the way that this was coming our way, so just acknowledging that. Any other discussion?
If you read,
Go ahead.
I read the article in the Bulletin, and they actually had interviewed one of the funeral homes in Bend. They were a bit surprised at that moment in time. So I actually did call the other funeral homes in Bend, and they really didn't want to make a comment. Someone's supposed to call me back on it, but it was strange. It was a strange ask for $100,000 on a Friday without really any research. I will be the first to acknowledge that St. Charles is doing an excellent job with our COVID patients. We really, our numbers are honestly so much better than a lot of the other hospitals in the state. So I do appreciate their professionalism. It just seemed like it was not much time to give a decision, and then apparently the state will reimburse if they're leased, but because we felt it was cleaner to buy one, that we made that decision. So anyway, there was another story there.
I think one of the really important stories in all of this is that St. Charles did have limited morgue capacity already, but the Delta variant fueled surge in COVID has caused an overwhelming number of deaths, and this investment is urgently needed right now. While I'm 100% supportive of making an urgently needed investment, I'm also, I just wanted to register that I'm extremely disappointed that we have not invested more in prevention of COVID deaths as a county. And I would have far preferred to have seen $82,000 go into prevention efforts earlier in the process rather than having to make this investment right now.
So with that, is there a motion? So this is reimbursing St. Charles for the purchase of this trailer, correct? I mean, that's with ARPA dollars.
I'll make the motion to approve the $82,000 reimbursement of St. Charles for the cold storage unit.
I'll second.
Yeah. Any other clarity?
I was just going to say, we're working out an asset transfer agreement with St. Charles right now for that. So
Okay, so you
technically, probably a purchase from St. Charles.
purchase from St. Charles, okay.
It will be an asset of the county.
So yeah, for clarity, it's a purchase from St. Charles to be an asset of the county is the reality of this. Okay, so any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Okay, thank you.
And then the last, or second to last item today is just to review the list real quick. And I want to give you just a quick update on what's coming up in the future in terms of board review and potential board action on ARPA projects. So beginning on line 23 of the list, it's the list, the eligible childcare related requests we've received so far. And as you might remember, we had a consortium of experts in the community come together and meet to discuss how do we pull together a proposal for the board that would maximize our ability to increase the number of slots over the long term for childcare. That would be a twofold approach. One would be what can we do in the short term to increase slots, and the other is what's more of a long-term approach, primarily around the development of the workforce to support childcare. So that would encompass that group of projects there from 23 down to 33, and that's scheduled for the board to review on the 13th, October 13th. And then the other piece which we talked about, if you look down at lines 70 through 82, those are the small business and nonprofit assistance requests we've received so far. And that relates back to the first question, or the first subtopic today with COIC on facilitating the collection of assistance requests from small business and nonprofits into a proposal that will come back to the board. That's what we talked about initially in this meeting. So that will be, that'll come back according to the schedule that was listed in the proposal from COIC. And the last point I would make, just at the bottom of that list, there's either approved or set aside funds from the board of $17.7 million. And so some of those dollars are obligated, some of those dollars are set aside for future use within certain categories, as we've talked about. With that, I just leave if there's any questions or any of the items you'd like to discuss, or if there's any future direction in terms of interest in reviewing the next set of projects or the next set of priorities that the board might have.
Greg, I'd like to know, and maybe this needs to be a board discussion, but there are a number of affordable housing proposals in the hopper for consideration, and I'd like to discuss when we're going to schedule that.
And that's fine. So, you know, we're in that spot where, yeah, these things are getting mature, but we just need to start pulling them off the shelf and starting to say yes or no on some of these things. So let's take a look at that. So affordable housing, we have a number 5.8 million. So that's a scope of that. Do we have a kind of a bucket number that we're holding on to there? You know, I was saying, okay, I see a nod no on that already. So then we maybe just start backing ourselves into, you know, a total commitment of either 19 million or start to think about 38 million, and are we ready to, you know, do those kind of expensive, you know, commitments at this time? So you're saying that, yeah, 17.7 or whatever the number is kind of where we're at right now with some of the placeholders. So, do you want to set a date for that and say, okay, let's start picking these off, or do?
Because the universe of people who might apply for affordable housing projects is limited, and I think we've heard from most of them already. I think I don't see any reason to wait on that, and I would turn to Greg and ask, you know, when is the earliest, you know, the next earliest kind of slot where it would make sense to do a deliberation like that.
So I'll just give you a thought for consideration, is that we reach out to the folks who've submitted, and like we've done in some of the other areas, is get a panel of experts in the area and come back to the board with a proposal. I can't give you a date when we'd be back, but we can certainly put it in the queue.
Okay. Well, how about, is there any way we can put a little bit of direction to this now? As in, there's outstanding requests, affordable housing, few line items between 13 and 20 here at 5.8 million. I mean, what if we took 2 or 3 or some million, some bucket, and said, just work together in this constraint. Maybe there's a way to say if it's a bucket, how could it be allocated? If we didn't fully fund everything, maybe that's a way to proceed. And which ones can wait till 6-8 months from now, and there's going to be more funds available too.
I mean, I asked Greg and Dan about this yesterday. That the reality is that some of the things that we've already allocated funds to, they're not going to start for. They won't start likely until after the second tranche of funding comes in. So I mean, Cleveland Commons, that's not going to happen before May 2022. Depending on whether we do it on a reimbursement basis or not, the water conservation infrastructure investments, those, a lot of the
Summer,
a lot of that'll be it might be in the spring, but close to May. So I'm pretty comfortable with the idea of making allocations beyond 19 million in advance of receiving the second tranche.
And this is a good discussion to have, because, that does open it up.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Commissioner Adair?
Spending money that we don't yet have.
Well,
Uh,
starting to allocate for future dollars.
Money
Say it different ways.
money that the federal government has committed to us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, as I know, personally, I would prefer to, not allocate over the 19 million that we do know we have. I mean, honestly, next May isn't that far away. And the more details we get from people, I think it's incredibly important. I think that if Greg can put these in the queue, let's say, the first meeting so we're doing something on the 13th of October. So then the next meeting for the affordable housing. So that group of people gets together and we allocate 5.8 million, and we know, on a percentage basis, how we can, do the most good for our community at that time. But what I was concerned with today was the $450,000 for the Bethlehem Inn in order to get that project done and open for those 88 people. So I know you're not talking about that, but I would like to have that done today so that Bethlehem Inn can go forward.
I definitely would like to discuss that today as well. I mean, maybe we could just wrap up this discussion of when we're going to do the affordable housing session and then move to that or whatever else is on the list.
So how about we refer to the Cleveland Commons line item, and just so this is the concept. This is a spreadsheet that's holding kind of the total funds. Cleveland Commons to be funded after next May. I mean, if we pull it out of this current 19 million, say it's a commitment, it is the commitment to the next one. So I'm just trying to acknowledge that, I don't see having to, stay within 19 million with these commitments that are obviously not going to be, expended before that time.
Yeah, and we're not talking about spending money that we don't have yet. We're talking about making allocations that then we will cut checks for when funds come in. So it's
I don't see any risk. So
and
Commissioners, I would just add that we can put safeguards around that if that's the direction. That's not hard to do. We can do that definitely.
Okay.
The other suggestion I would have is on the affordable housing is to give staff a little bit of time to reach out to these folks and see when we could actually come back to the board with something versus setting a date first.
So then, putting a little bit of direction to it. So Habitat for Humanity, when I see 12 townhomes at $2 million, I do have questions about it, as in, are we part of the fundraising team offsetting the costs of those townhomes, Or are we basically fully funding? And so I don't have a feel for how much percentage-wise we're partners in that. So those are the only simple questions we can get to. It'd be good, as I say, and then if we had a affordable housing little, work group on this, they could all kind of compare notes amongst each other, because, maybe there's a standard level of commitment for habitat investments, and I'm just looking at, because there's a bunch of those lines, where, yeah, we're a big partner in this, but, and they have other fundraising opportunities too, is what I'm referring to. So maybe dialing in the numbers more, and maybe they already have. I'm not judging on the asks that they have, I just don't have a feel for it. One of those other to-do items it's hard to get to at this point in time. But yeah, let's do a affordable housing committee, powwow, summit.
Something similar to what we've done in these last couple of proposals? Okay.
Yeah, and would that also include opportunities for the applicants to come in and you kind of make a presentation?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, because if we schedule for a board meeting, it'll be an agenda item. It'll be, let's tighten it up, not just dream for a half a day, but, see how tight we can get it for.
I think ideally the goal there would be to bring in the experts who have collectively discussed this and analyzed it and can provide good decision support for the board to make a decision to move forward.
And maybe we could, I could picture it being nice to hear from all of them before we make allocation decisions, so that we can sort of, if we do have a number in mind of kind of what our cap is, how we can think about how to distribute that across, as opposed to, hearing from one and making a decision and hearing from another making a decision.
Understood. Yeah, so let's set up for a very, very good conversation on that, and with the intention of doing the allocations too. I mean, I don't need, because I already do feel like we are delaying on some of this, just not delaying, but not getting to it.
Yeah, and some of these entities who are asking us for money to buy land, I mean, if there's like a window of opportunity right now to get land at a, if the market is slowing down for the winter, I would hate to deprive them of that opportunity to land that, get that land at the best possible price.
Well, perhaps we could have the presentation on a Monday and then do our voting on the Wednesday. So we have 2 nights to go over what we've been given in that presentation. I think that might be really a logical thing to do here. So remember, we used to have work sessions on Monday, and incredibly valuable. So
just to kick it around, get the input, and then if there's questions afterwards, we could ask questions between the meetings.
That sounds good.
There you go.
Got it.
That's a whole section out of here. That's good. Okay. So, Commissioner Dare, you mentioned the Bethlehem Inn, and I'm supportive of that too. We did talk about it on Monday. There was a city council meeting last night in Redmond. I did communicate with Gwen last night from Bethlehem Inn too. So, yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I wanted to report back that I actually I reciprocated Councilor Fitch's gesture of coming to speak with us during public comment, and attended the Redmond City Council meeting yesterday, and just gave some public comment again, requesting a co-investment partnership, offered again the idea of the county providing more than a 50-50 match, 60-40 or something, 2/3, 1/3, something like that. And my understanding, or just from what I watched and the discussion, was that they deferred their decision till we came back and talked again here. So I do think that there is some possibility that us offering a co-investment partnership could get the investment, the co-investment out of the Redmond City Council. And so that's how I would like to proceed today. I definitely appreciate the urgency of completing work on the Redmond Bethlehem Inn and getting it done and getting it up and running. But I also really do hope that we can create a precedent for partnership in these projects with the city of Redmond.
Thank you very much. And I do see future partnerships. The goal would be to, stop the dispersed camping on the east side of Redmond in defense of the future development, commercial activity, the jobs being created, the investment being made out there. That is a partnership, and it's coming. So I still deduce and kind of work my way backwards to let's extend that opportunity of partnership for the future. And I'm very supportive of just committing to this 450 at this time, getting this as a strong, stable reference point for services in Redmond also. If we go back and forth once or twice more, it's just going to get, a little bit more, I don't know if it's tense, but, just more political, I guess, is kind of a football being pushed back and forth. I'm very supportive of funding this 450 at this time and being a partner in the future, absolutely.
So I move that we fund the $450,000 for the Bethlehem Inn in Redmond so that that project actually can open up. It's one of the ready projects, clearly. Anyway, and I'm sure we'll be working together in the future.
I would, if we are going to make that kind of investment today, I would like to formally ask for future partnership, future funding partnership on additional homeless facilities in the future. To not just kind of do Bethlehem in a bubble, but to set the table for those future partnership efforts.
So I'd like to keep the motion clean at this time and with the words on the record acknowledging that there's going to be partnership and future projects. I'm looking forward to Oasis Village project, and it could be land or planning or other kind of resources also. These are ARPA dollars, federal dollars that are coming through, and I'm comfortable proceeding at this time without, the motion stating that.
The motion is one thing. Can we send a letter in it? Make this decision, allocate this funding, and send a letter to the Redmond City Council, kind of telling them what our hopes are for the next rounds of decisions that need to be made.
Well, let's acknowledge that and close up the motion. So are you interested in seconding or not?
I would like to know whether this letter is going to happen before I make a vote on this issue.
Wow. So I'll second it at this time. So at this time, $450,000 in support to double our investment to $900,000 to Bethlehem in Redmond. It's been motioned and seconded, and I will support the follow-on discussion on that. That's what I'm acknowledging at this time. So calling for the vote, is there any other discussion? Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay, thank you very much for that. Kind of a little push and pull, but I am absolutely interested in Oasis Village. That's just kind of got a name, it's got a ring to it. We need to put down on paper what that looks like. There's a committee, a group of people talking about, acres here or acres there already. So, there's the follow-on effort from Bethlehem Inn is this thing called Oasis Village. I'm sure there's ideas in people's head, and there's even some documentation about what they think it's going to be. But that's the next project. So if we were to send a letter at this time, do we say, we welcome your partnership with Oasis Village, or where do we want to go with this now? So, as I say, I think this is more of a
it could focus on Oasis Village. I mean, we've been talking about Bethlehem Inn and Shepherd's House and Oasis Village, but there are those three projects probably don't get us to the number of beds that we need to even address the 174 people who are homeless within Redmond. And as we all know, there are a substantial number of additional homeless people in the immediate Redmond vicinity on public lands maybe outside the UGB, or maybe on federal public lands inside the UGB, or the urban area reserve, or, within the greater Redmond area. So,
So there's some terminology we could use, and, if, kind of have our, folks help us with this. Zero functional homelessness is one of the terminologies that starts at the very top. Our goal, maybe the words could be, our goal is zero functional homelessness, because somebody's always going to be coming or going. So if we get down to a small churn of folks that are struggling, instead of a large dispersed camping and all the different things that are happening, that would be wonderful, right? So then there's a vision statement there, zero functional homelessness, I think is the terminology. And then at that point, defining the number of beds. I mean, think about that. What's the right number to be building, and what are we referring to when we say beds? I mean, I always shy away from the concept that government's gonna buy somebody a bed. I mean, government doesn't create anything. We provide services, and we can hopefully stabilize, provide common services in a cost-effective fashion. But, the definition of what we're even doing, I guess, is what I'm struggling with,
I mean, with these American Rescue Plan funds are meant to help our community respond to, recover from the pandemic, and come out more resilient than we were before. And I think that, spending these dollars on homeless facilities is an entirely eligible and appropriate use of these funds. So, I mean, we can talk about what government's role is or isn't, but when we're talking about what the purpose of these dollars are, I mean, this is, I don't have any questions about whether it's appropriate to be using American Rescue Plan funds to produce affordable housing, childcare, transitional housing for people experiencing homelessness, or temporary shelter for people who are experiencing homelessness.
So, Commissioner Dare, any thoughts from this discussion?
It's interesting. I really feel like I want to do more research. I know that legally we can use it for homeless shelters, etc. The low barrier one for Shepherd's House, where did that one go to in Redmond? The Shepherd's House project.
They're still moving forward, but because of all the acrobatics, deliberations, dispute, drama around seeking American Rescue Plan support from the city or the county, they withdrew from consideration, and I think that's really unfortunate.
They withdrew from the county?
City of Redmond's request.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, they said they didn't want to deal with American Rescue Plan funds because of all of the political flap around this. But it's possible that they're still interested in county support if we wanted to approach them about that.
No, I just know Shepherd's House in Bend does an outstanding job, and so I know I was going, where are they on our sheet? So yeah, I would love to talk to them, see what they say, and the low barrier, the Boise ruling. So it seems like we still have things going on in the future that we'll have to determine.
Is there, Commissioner Dare, is there support for a letter from the Board of Commissioners to the City Council of Redmond asking for partnership and future efforts in some version? And we'd all look at the words together in the final version of it.
Right. Well, I'm really wanting to be a partner with them over their sewer system for Terrebonne. Yeah. There's lots of things that we partner with, and a really soft letter, but yeah.
So yes on a letter.
So at this moment,
Yeah, I'm just thinking
I mean,
timing-wise.
The letter is not supposed to be coercive, and, you know, when I went to speak with them yesterday, you know, my comments were not threatening or anything like that. They were inviting partnership and asking for that. And that's-
So I'm just thinking timing-wise, how about we acknowledge letters, yes. Let's work on some words. We've had some discussion here. We can start off with content, you know, a couple sentences, a couple paragraphs, figure out what it looks like. I'm envisioning a one-page letter with some vision statements and a partnership request and, yeah, defining
Well-
what that might look like. So, but we can work on the words.
I'm
We
looking-
definitely have to acknowledge the number of homeless that are on East Antler. What is it, 100, 150? I haven't had a count there recently, but yeah, we definitely are contributing to the issue in east of Redmond with our land. And remember, we spent thousands of dollars cleaning it up a couple of years ago, thousands of dollars. And last time I was there, we could spend thousands of dollars again.
There's a couple cleanup days planned for that, one in October and one in November, a partnership with the solid waste, you know, so for disposal fees being waived also, so the county is providing that waste disposal also.
Yeah, cleanups are extremely important, but we're just treating the symptom instead of getting to the root cause of it. And the kinds of facilities we're talking about investing in and creating are the solution that is going to help us. That's going to help us basically eliminate all the ills and concerns associated with unmanaged homeless encampments.
So we're talking about a letter. I'm looking at Nick now, so can you help us with that? And, you know, Whitney might be behind you on that, but welcome to being a county administrator, and here comes a letter of partnership.
Thank you, Commissioners. We'll draft a letter and bring it back for you on Monday for your first review.
Yeah, so that's what we can, and then input from us individually before that even, I'm sure we
Right.
can do. Thank you so much. Okay, can you help us, anything else? Now I'm just worried about time a little bit, so, okay, so we got affordable housing efforts on the book, or on the calendar, and we made a couple financial choices today.
Thank you.
We'll go from there. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
So, one more item for Scott Aycock, he's still on, so the, referring to East Side of Redmond, this kind of fits all, but thank you very much, Scott, for being able to stay with us. This is a letter for advocacy, it's a DLCD grant request. So I had Whitney put this from a template, and then this, remember it was the Regional Emergency Training and Coordination Center has been renamed to Core 3. Scott, if you want to take it away a little bit, yeah.
Certainly, thank you, Chair. Yes, Core 3 is the new name for the Regional Emergency Services Training and Coordination Center. I think you all know we have upcoming one-on-one meetings to dive in a little deeper on that project. But in the meantime, we have a grant application due to Department of Land Conservation and Development on this Friday. And the purpose of the grant is to support some of the land use planning processes that would be required to bring the subject property, the preferred site, which is a Deschutes County owned parcel that is currently outside the UGB, into the UGB, and then zone changes, et cetera. It also, another step that's really important is building the master plan. DLCD has already actually provided $50,000 outside of their competitive grant program for their technical assistance grant, and they encouraged us to submit an additional proposal for $50,000 as part of their competitive process. And so that's what this is about. The money would not come through COIC, but not be used for staff. It would be used for consultant contracts on the land use planning and master planning components.
Great, thank you. So for the Board of Commissioners at Deschutes County, remember this is a kind of a regional facility envisioned to be in the Redmond area on Deschutes County land. We have officially taken a position that let's go ahead and dream on up to 300 acres, right, Scott? I mean, that was kind of we have an agreement, we've talked about this in the past, that yes, let's figure out what might work here. So now this is just a letter asking DLCD for a competitive grant in support of some of the land use associated with that. So this is another step towards, advocating for it basically also, from our point of view.
I'm curious whether this would compete with our technical assistance request to DLCD for the comp plan and Terrebonne community planning.
Yes, it would.
And yeah, so Nick Wheelock says yes. So it's the same pool of dollars, yeah.
I guess just to kind of put out my big picture thoughts on the on this what we were calling the RESTCC before. I think this is I sort of see this as a nice to have, but not as urgent to have as some of the other major capital projects, major community facilities that we have on our radar screen for the county right now. The courthouse, North County, health campus, parole and probation expansion. I mean, there are a new landfill. There are so many things that we need to be working on developing in the near future. And this is, if I understand correctly, this would be an alternative to sending our people to various kinds of emergency trainings in other places, which again I see as a nice to have, but compared to some of the other things that we need to be dealing with right now, it's not. I do not see this as a high priority, and I will go back to the point I tried to make, some months back when we were last presented to about this, that I think rather than envisioning this grand project, if we could take an avoided cost approach to looking at developing additional training facilities, basically, what does it cost us the most time and money to send people away to do right now? And if we were to create, training facilities for those needs here, what would give us the biggest bang for the buck? I'd like to see, use that principle as a leading principle for visioning how to develop out this facility. So I mean, with that, this is a nice to have, but it's not to put another project in the pipeline that competes with our request for a comprehensive plan support. I'm not very enthusiastic about that.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, one thought. I mean, this is a long term. This is kind of after all those. This is the dream phase of a big project that's going to be out there in the future. So this is less tangible at this point in time. So that's just the way I see it. This is one of those follow-on projects that is going to mature after a lot of the stuff you mentioned already. And now, go ahead, Scott, please.
I'm sorry. Just wanted to note that we did a strategic business plan that analyzed the need for training, and that's what yielded what phase one of this development would be, is those kind of highest priority training needs. So I don't think that we applied an avoided cost approach exactly. So we'd have to go back and take a look at that. I also just wanted to note that this isn't just a training facility, it's an emergency coordination center. And so, that would be, quite useful for both the region and the state for major events. So just wanted to note that element, which is really, really a really important part of the facility. It's not just training, it's also turnkey emergency coordination center. Thank you.
And I just wanted to make my comment. Yes, it totaled $99 billion when we were given the report, and the total wasn't there. It's definitely at the bottom of my bucket list. I feel like we have we have a fairgrounds that is absolutely essential to Deschutes County and to Central Oregon, and actually probably can serve the state if the Cascadia does happen, the 51-year-old earthquake that's overdue. But I really feel like I don't want to compete with those other projects at this moment in time. We have so many things that we are doing right now in Deschutes County. I think this one can go down. I mean, you know.
Okay, well, let's move on from that.
5 things I think that we're working on, big projects, huge
Yeah.
projects.
Understood. Well, and it's good discussion. It's good to get that out there. So let's just move on. Scott, I'll talk to you later about this then. We'll go from there.
Okay, thank you.
If there are other grant programs that could support the kind of planning work that's being discussed that aren't competing with our own projects, I'd be more open to supporting letters for those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for letting me fit that in. So that was not on our agenda, but Scott was available, so that's how I did that. At this time, item number 16, COVID-19 update. Thank you very much for standing by. I saw some names popping in as we were finishing up those items. So we do have a set of slides for today, COVID-19 public health update.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Oh, it must be fall. He's got the scarf on.
Commissioners, I'm freezing. I'm freezing. I don't know how to keep this place warm.
It's not even October yet.
Yes. I am wearing green today. I want to mention that. Nobody gave me a hard time, Commissioner, which is really disappointing. Yeah, after I came back from Ohio, I was expecting a bit of back and forth, but Oregonians are so polite and considerate. Nobody gave me a hard time.
They just say "Go Ducks" in the airport. I traveled with a Oregon sweatshirt one time, and man, people say "Go Ducks" all over the place, all over the country. People say it. If you're wearing the Oregon colors, though.
Absolutely. They're everywhere. You're right. So I don't want to hold up anyone. We have a packed presentation today. It feels like the entire department is with us today and partners. So we're going to do our best to get through the slides we have available for you. For the record, my name is Nahat Sadrazudi. Sorry, before I get started, do I have the green light? Are we okay with Facebook and translation, all of that?
Thumbs up.
Awesome. Thank you. Great. So good morning again, Commissioners. Thank you for inviting us. For the record, my name is Nahat Sadrazudi. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. I'm joined by my colleague, Dr. Rita Bacho. She's Manager for our Advancement and Protection Team. Cheryl Smallman, she's our Business Officer. And Dr. Mike Johnson from St. Charles with some updates on the medical system. Also, Emily Freeland is on the call for any details that we may not be able to provide for you. Now, let me quickly share my screen, which I always forget. Okay, you should be able to see my slides. Now, the slides that you have as of this morning have been moved around slightly, so apologies in advance. Also, I added additional slides that we received from Dr. Johnson to them. So again, apologies for not sending those earlier. Let me just acknowledge and express my gratitude to Jesse Terpstra, Sarah Hudson, and Morgan Emerson for their help in preparing the slides and some of the contents. As I mentioned, we do have several presenters today, so we'll try to be as quick as possible. Before we get started, I do want to put in a plug for next week. Our team from Prevention will be, as well as colleagues from the Ben Lapine School District, are requesting an agenda item so that we could provide an update on the Youth Success Program or initiative that you kindly approved a few months ago. We wanted to share some updates with you and seek your inputs and advice moving forward. So just a plug for next week's presentation. So this this first slide here shows our case counts by week, which the last week ended as of September 25th. First of all, the total case count is more than 17,500, so 17,623 to be exact. And unfortunately, we've had 104 deaths reported as of 28th of September. This past week, we had 870 new cases reported compared to the previous week of 890 cases. And this particular week, starting on Sunday, we have unofficially around 360 cases. And it's unofficial because we've had some testing issues in the community that we're trying to address. So once OHA reports the numbers, and it becomes official. Frankly, I'm not convinced still if we are experiencing a downward trend or if this is just some noise. I mentioned this partly because of what I just said earlier in terms of some testing specimens which have not been processed yet, and we might see additional positive cases coming from those, and that might change the numbers. Since our last presentation, we've had 5 deaths, with the youngest being around 70 years old. Well, one thing I do want to mention to colleagues and Commission, Board of Commissioners and the community is that even if we are experiencing a real downward trend, in terms of raw numbers, absolute numbers, we're still around 900 new cases a week. That's a lot of numbers. That's something we haven't experienced in the past for extended periods of time. And it certainly has not only implications for the community, but also implications for health services, and in particular with our COVID response team. So there's a lot of still cases being reported, and it's very difficult to contain the transmission at this point. Moving on to the next slide. This is breakdown of the new as reported by rates by different age categories. We do see pretty much sort of stagnant rates throughout the age categories, with the exception of 80 and plus and 18 and 19-year-olds, where we see a slight increase. Now, if we look at the raw numbers, because this is normalized by rates, if we look at the raw numbers, it's not a whole lot. We're talking about, for example, for 18 and 19-year-olds going from 10 new cases the week prior to 20. So the doubling is additional 10 cases. But really the broader issue here is that much of the cases are amongst basically under 60 year of age. And that's probably well correlated with the vaccination rate and the protection that we see in those age categories. Also to highlight that we still don't have any vaccines available for kiddos under 12 years old. So they remain as part of our vulnerable population, and especially with school starting, which we're all committed to keeping the doors open, certainly there is an increased risk of transmission in that setting. Okay, moving on to this next slide, which I alluded to in the previous slide. Here we do see vaccination coverage by age groups. And it includes people who are either fully vaccinated or partially vaccinated, majority of whom are fully vaccinated at this point. Certainly the older age groups, as our community might recall, older age groups were first to get the vaccines. So it makes sense that they would have higher coverage to some extent. It doesn't explain everything, but it does explain some. This group also may be facing some waning immunity as well. And that's why we're going to talk a little bit about booster doses in a few slides down the line. There are basically 3 segments of population that I would summarize the coverage in. 60 and above seem to be greatly protected. Of course, we need the caveat of waning immunity is important and vaccine effectiveness. 30 to 60-year-olds are hovering around 70% coverage. That should be higher coverage in order to put a dent in transmission. And then under 30, our young adults certainly are, we still have some catching up to do in those populations. And frankly, they end up to some extent based on their behavioral choices or occupational situation being some of the drivers behind the numbers. This particular indicator, as we have mentioned before, is an important metric for us in determining our performance as an organization and our accountability to the community. And that's why we have expressed our gratitude to the Commission for allocating or earmarking $2 million from the ARPA funds that we can tap into in order to expand our capacity with contractors and be able to contain this virus and provide other services like wraparound services, vaccination, and so on. So thank you for that. We have slightly improved our investigation time. We want to basically reach 95% of the new patients within 24 hours. We were really struggling a few weeks ago. We have expanded our capacity and we are hovering around 75%. This is not ideal. It's not necessarily helping the containment, but it is what it is at this point, and we're doing our best to catch up with the numbers and suppress the transmission as much as possible. A quick point in terms of our testing capacity in the community. We do see a slight increase in terms of the testing volume in our communities this past week. It could be driven by a number of factors, including employment, attendance at events, some new vendors coming into the market, COCC, for example, screening their students. So there are a number of factors that potentially contribute to this slight increase. The partial good news here is that we're seeing a drop in positivity rates, roughly around 10%. As that positivity rate continues to go down, hovering around 5 to 8%, we should really see some dent in new cases in our communities. Okay. I have in the past couple of weeks said that misery likes company. I do see one anomaly here, and that's, I believe that's Wheeler County, and I looked it up online. It has roughly 1,400 people in that county. So I do see them in a slightly less, community spread transmission criteria here. Majority or almost all the other counties in Oregon are in the high transmission scenario at this point, which obviously has downstream effect on especially our medical system, which sets me up to hand over the next set of slides to my colleague, Mike Johnson, to take us through their experience and some of the data from St. Charles. So Mike, I do have your latest slides here, and I'll just go through them if you don't mind, and you can tell me when to change them.
Oh, thank you very much, Nahad, and thanks for being so reactionary with the updated slides this morning. But I wanted to include the most recent information that was available. So these were updated this morning with data through yesterday. And I will go through these fairly quickly for a couple of reasons. I don't want to be too redundant with some of the information Nahad has already presented. And this particular audience is becoming more and more educated and have seen these slides several times before. So you probably are more quickly able to glean the takeaways. So on the first one here, here's the 7-day cumulative total number of positive cases. The only thing that I'd really like to mention here is both that metric as well as the positivity rate are usually early warning indicators that we are, that things are changing with regard to the hospital census. For some reason, this time around during this surge, there's not the 7 to 10 day lag that we have seen in the past. I can't explain that, but I'm glad that it's happening, meaning almost simultaneously at the same time, we're starting to see a slight improvement in the positivity rate and the number of positive cases. The corresponding number of hospital cases are coming down as well. But really a cautionary tale here. It's coming down incredibly slow. And I think that is because we still are seeing these two particular metrics, these two early warning things are just being very, very stubborn. Next slide, please. So here's what our predictive model is saying. And I wouldn't put too much credence in anything that's out beyond November, certainly. But for the next month or so, we should see some good recovery. But this is based on a couple of very relatively bold assumptions. Number one, there's no variant that is going to creep up, that's going to catch us by surprise, that is resistant to the vaccine. And secondly, that we don't let up our guard too prematurely. We still need to remain vigilant for, another 4 weeks or so until we can really see some good recovery. And, 10 to 20 patients in the hospital that are COVID patients is perhaps, I don't know, this is probably a very bad term, but a comfortable level, which might allow us to consider opening up some elective cases and catching up on our backlog. So I'm really hopeful that that's going to happen toward the end of this month. As far as the vaccination rates, I do like to show all 3 counties. That's who we serve primarily in our health system. But you can see the discrepancy there between the 3. And there are repercussions for that are being felt by each of these communities. But it's only increasing by maybe 0.1% per day. So it's been pretty flat for quite a while. We have a new record for ED visits this month, which is sad to say, but that is definitely the case. And if you remove these COVID patients from the ED volumes, we still are seeing record volumes through the ED for a couple of reasons. Number one, our ever increasing population in this area, but the summer months are typically busier anyway. As this pertains to pediatric cases, children under 18, you can see that in very sharp increase. Some might say that the numbers are still small, but when you look at the, that we went from 10 or so to over 60 in a couple of months, that is considerable. Perhaps expected by some because of schools back in session, and thankfully we are able to keep the. We've experienced very low numbers with regard to hospitalizations. An interesting thing about this is that the pediatric visits to the ED that are COVID related are not equally represented by the populations in each of the counties. Deschutes County, which is 80% of Central Oregon's population, in September only comprised 48% of the pediatric visits. And I think that the main reason for this is the fact that, the vaccination rate of the community members in Deschutes County. It was quite eloquently stated and very concisely stated the other day in a meeting that based on some research that's been done, the pediatric cases are more closely related to the vaccination rates of the community members as opposed to school policy. So, there's a lot of consternation about what kind of policies are going to be in place in our schools. That doesn't have as much effect on the pediatric cases as just getting vaccinated. I think that that's a very strong message.
Just, Mike, I'm sorry to interject. Just to make sure that what's understood in what you just said is that part of that vaccination rate obviously pertains to the staff, the teachers, the administrators in schools also being vaccinated. So they're part of that community as well.
Absolutely. Families and friends, schools, officials and teachers, bus drivers, everybody that the kids are coming in contact with. But that's how we keep our kids safe, is for the rest of us to get vaccinated who are eligible. This is an incredibly sad story, but we have more than twice as many deaths in the month of September that are COVID related than any other month in the pandemic. As a matter of fact, 42% of all the deaths that have occurred so far in the pandemic have occurred in the last 2 months. Very sad. And, it's not, go ahead, Nahat, to the next slide. It's not just the old and the sick and the feeble that are dying. There's actually more patients that are in the 60 to 64 age group have died than in the 85 to 89. Now, I know that that's a larger proportion of our population, but I mean, my message is this: just because you're not extremely old, it doesn't mean that you are not at risk to die from COVID. These numbers are quite telling, and the corresponding numbers for ICU patients is very similar. As a matter of fact, the average age of somebody in the ICU has been under 70 years old since last fall. And it's the average age of an ICU COVID patient in the last 2 months has been 62 years old. So I guess these last couple of slides are simply to say, just because you're not old and feeble with a compromised immune system, it doesn't mean you can dodge this bullet. And we are not out of the woods yet. We need to remain vigilant for that, these next 3 to 5 weeks.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. We said it before. It's like bouncing a football. We don't know which way it's going to bounce, and it speaks to your point. So, commissioners, the next two sections are a quick financial update by my colleague Cheryl, and then some slides around vaccination efforts in our community by Dr. Bacho. Before moving on, I just want to accommodate any quick questions or any questions you might have.
Well, a special thank you for Dr. Johnson for joining us. That's, very sobering information, good facts, up to date. So thank you so much for doing that. And I sure wish we could get more of the community to see these numbers also. This is a public meeting and Facebook Live, but there's still not the total coverage in the media on some of this direct information.
My one other question is, I'll also say thank you to Dr. Johnson. We didn't get your slides in our packet, so I'm wondering if you could share those with us electronically.
We'll make that happen. Certainly, that's on me.
I would love to make a comment and thank the Bend Bulletin for their article yesterday on the monoclonal therapeutics that are being given by St. Charles. The article was on the front page featuring a friend of mine who'd run in a half marathon and then came down with COVID. Anyway, please read the article. I thought it was excellent, and I want to thank the hospital for having that program available. Clearly, when we have 103 positive cases a day, more people need to know about the treatments available in our community and how they keep you out of the hospital. So check out the bulletin yesterday morning, front page article, all about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for sharing that. Just a couple of, if you allow me, a couple of maybe complimentary comments. One is that as a nation, as a state, as community in Deschutes County, we're certainly facing some supply chain issues regarding that particular therapy, and we should keep that in mind. So there is some, in general, rationing going on based on supply chain. Secondly, obviously, prevention is preferred over cure and or over treatment. So let us make sure that we continue to prevent acquiring the virus, especially through vaccination. Again, we don't know which way the ball is going to bounce with this one, even with the great treatments that you highlighted being available. So with that, if you allow me, I'll now give the floor to my colleague Cheryl to share a slide on the latest financial updates.
Morning, Commissioners. Cheryl Smallman, Business Officer for Health Services. Naha, do I have the ability to share my screen? So I can pull up the dashboard. Here we go.
There you go.
Okay. Wonderful. As a reminder, in August, we had a conversation around the American Rescue Plan Act funds, and the board approved earmarking $2 million for public health related expenditures as it ties to COVID-19 efforts. Of that $2 million, the board approved $700,000 to go towards temporary staff as it relates to call center staffing, case investigators, vaccinators, a number of areas. And at that time, the board asked for a monthly financial update as part of the COVID-19 update. So I'm here in front of you today to provide that. And as many things are in health services, the financials are also dynamic. So what we thought would be best is to develop a dashboard that provides a high-level update, as up-to-date as we can make it. So it is connected to our financial system that looks at all of the COVID-19 related grant awards that we have in the department that have come forward to the board for approval, been approved, and as of this morning, also budgeted. To orient you to what you're looking at, let's start in the upper left-hand corner here, which shows of all of the COVID-19 funds, how much has been spent to date, percentage-wise. So that's what you'll see here. This list identifies what those funds are and allows us to drill down into them as we talk about this. Then we have a number of metrics here. It is dynamic, so as we click through, it will tell you the amount of the grant award, how much in expenditure has been incurred, so actually hit and posted in our financial system as of right now, how much of the grant fund is available, and then again, the percentage used. So this ties to the top indicator. Down here, what you see is a timeline of allowable expenditure for each one of those grant funding streams. And then at the top, this cluster awards versus actuals demonstrates how funds are budgeted, as well as that is the light blue. And then the dark blue indicates what's actually been spent. So that provides a snapshot in terms of how we thought funds would be expended and kind of where they're actually hitting. The quarters here are by calendar year. So quarter 1 of 2021 starts January 1 of 2021. So fiscal year 22 starts here and goes to quarter 2 of 2022. So you can see the majority of expenses as budgeted for all of our grant funds really do fall in fiscal year 22. So hopefully that allows you to get your feet on the ground in terms of what we're looking at. Specifically, I want to update us on the American Rescue Plan Act funds, or ARPA funds, of which $700,000 has been approved for expenditure. The original intention is to do so by December 31st. That was our best estimate at the time. We have 388,000 expenses that have been incurred, so actually posted and paid in our financial system. I did look this morning. We have another 150,000 that are pending expenditure. I anticipate by the end of this week, those will be paid. So that brings our total to, right around almost 550,000 of the 700,000 has been spent, which is around 78% of the 700,000. The average weekly temporary staff invoice from August until now is about $53,000. So through this surge has gone up quite a bit. That includes overtime as well as some additional staff to help with that capacity. We have reached into our own internal health services staff to help bridge the need in terms of COVID-19 efforts, as well as reached out to other countywide staff to volunteer for those efforts. So we're very much grateful for everybody who's been able to volunteer, as well as the departments that have been able to help support that. But it has been quite the surge that we're supporting, and temporary staff is a huge part of that. So that means at our current rate, we will have expended the full $700,000 within 3 weeks. So I do have a request in front of you today to approve an additional $550,000 of the earmarked $2 million to expend through December 31st. And that would support our current rate through the year. Hopefully it will not be needed. I did see last week's temporary staff invoice slightly less than what we have been seeing, but obviously we ebb and flow with the need of the community. So that is a lot of information, and I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Cheryl, before commissioners maybe ask, if you allow me, I don't know if you wanted to say a few words about sort of the downstream effect of some of the efforts we're seeing with regards to the new cases and containment of those cases, in particular around wraparound services and the increasing need for supporting those services as well, and the recent expenditures around that.
Yeah, we look at all of our grant funds. We have, as you can imagine, a number of unanticipated expenses that arise. And that an example is yesterday, we had an outbreak in a particular area. And so the conversation was around how do we help to isolate those who are unable to do so. And estimating that cost was $50,000 that we would need to find of the already budgeted funds. Now, we do have some vacancy savings that we can apply to that, but obviously, given the conversation 2 weeks ago and extending the limited duration timeframe, we're looking to move funds around. So we're pulling funds from what otherwise had been budgeted for wraparound services so that we can help support isolation of those who are unable to do so themselves. So it does have the downstream impact where we could potentially run out of funds that we thought we would have as we meet the need that is in front of us today. Is that what you're referring to, Nahad?
Yeah, thank you for that, Cheryl. You said it so eloquently as always. And I just wanted to put this on the commissioner's radar and perhaps B, if there could be any consideration for some of the earmarked ARPA funds of $2 million, even if it's another 75,000, 100,000 that could be allocated for such expenditure, for example, wraparound services. So it gives us some flexibility to move quickly and meet the needs of the communities. It would really be helpful. It would go a long way for our sanity and for meeting the needs.
So for the business of Deschutes County, I mean, I'm supportive. We put this pool of dollars together, and we're just, kind of put it out in chunks, and it's great conversation, your great justification, wonderful tools you have now for being able to even look at the grants and the money flow. So thank you very much for the accounting behind this. So I don't, is there support for this now, or yeah? I don't know.
I would support making $575,000 of the from the remaining portion of $2 million to be available between now and December 31st.
Yeah. So Commissioner Dare.
I second the motion.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's clarify. So that
moved.
was a motion. Yep.
I'll make that into.
That was a seconded. Okay. Yeah. So there's no resistance here on that. Thank you very much for, as I say, the professionalism. Nahad, you mentioned the wraparound services. Do you want us to acknowledge that specifically, or you're just letting us know that some of these dollars are for wraparound services?
I would be most grateful for specific maybe comment on that, because I'm sure Greg Munn will hold our feet to fire and make sure that we are following the rules and regulations as we should. If there could be discussion on that, that would be great.
Yeah. So I mean, the policy or even the fine print about wraparound services relative to ARPA dollars, I guess, is what you're asking for. I don't know. I don't know what the fine print. If we're pushing a boundary or not. I don't know if Greg might be available online now. He's not in the room with us.
Sending him a text.
Yeah. Okay. How about we?
And just to be clear, we are talking about wraparound services for COVID infected or COVID vulnerable people.
Exactly. This is so we have studied the fine prints. I mean, Cheryl has read it in front and back, and it is an eligible expenditure from the ARPA funds to support isolation, for example, interventions. For example, motels. So as she mentioned, we just spent $50,000. We had to find it somewhere to do that. And if we could have some flexibility for down the line to be able to provide that service and keep our community safe, it would be appreciated.
So then there's the follow-on concept that we have been partnering with Neighbor Impact on a motel during this period. So that was for COVID patients plus other housing needs, vulnerable people. So is this in addition to that?
Correct. That particular resource is at capacity.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that word? That particular resources? Okay, I got it. Okay.
That the isolation motel where we've partnered with Neighbor Impact right now is maxed out. The rooms are full.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so there's a motion and a second. Let's with this discussion. I don't know that we need to put anything else to the motion. I mean, with this discussion and the acceptance, we'll call for the vote. So, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. So, if you need anything more formal, let us know. But I think that gives you the clarity. As I say, the discussion happened right in the middle of that motion.
And
thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
And let me just check on how our procedures and processes are working. So we're going to get a financial update basically every time we get a COVID update. So, heaven forbid, the surge keeps up, at the level it's been at, and there are more, contingent or unforeseen expenses in the next couple of weeks or months that exceed the dollar amounts that we've put forward right now. We will know about that before December 31st. We're not going to just wait until then to revisit whether more resources are needed. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
We're not a shy department.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think they're shy about this.
Well, I mean,
You have set really high standards for us in serving the community. And obviously, with those high standards, we need to identify the resources to have the capacity to deliver. So we will certainly be transparent with you and share all the information, and for you to be able to make informed decisions.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so if you allow me, we have a few slides left. If there's nothing else for my colleague Cheryl, we have a few slides left on the vaccination efforts that I'll have my colleague Dr. Bacho chime in. Go ahead, Rita.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Nahad. So this slide shows COVID vaccination rates across the state and across Deschutes County and across the state. So currently we have about 77% of 18 plus of Deschutes County vaccinated. Comparing that to the state of Oregon, which is at 74.7% of 18 plus vaccinated, I would say Deschutes County is doing relatively well. But we continue to push for people to get vaccinated so that we can get closer to 100%. I know I always say 100%. It may not be possible to get 100% of eligible population vaccinated, but the closer we can get to that number as possible, I think that will be reducing the risk significantly for our community. So currently we have 6,470 per 10,000 of Deschutes County residents vaccinated. So next slide. Yeah. So so in terms of our vaccinations, we continue to see weekly increases in the number of vaccinations that Deschutes County Health Services is offering to our communities. So the deep blue is what Deschutes County has given. In week 9, we offered 15% of all vaccine doses, which is a 2% increase from the previous week. For week 1, we offered 13%, week 2, 7%, week 3, 8%, week 4, 9%, week 5, 10%, week 6, 13%, and week 7, 13%. Next slide.
If I may just quickly mention, our role in the community is as a guarantor and a focus on vulnerable populations. We believe there are enough vaccines available, and we believe that we have enough providers and pharmacies with the capacity to deliver vaccines. So we're not here to compete with anyone. We're just here to fill the gaps and meet the needs of the vulnerable populations.
Can you go back to the previous slide? Okay, you're missing. Okay, all right. As you may all have heard, the Western States Scientific Safety Review Work Group and the CDC Director has recommended that the following groups of people who receive Pfizer vaccine should receive a booster dose of Pfizer vaccine at least 6 months after their second dose. So those who should receive booster doses are currently people 65 and older, people living in a long-term care facility, and people 50 to 64 with underlying medical conditions. And those who may receive a Pfizer vaccine are people aged 18 to 64 who have underlying medical conditions like sickle cell disease, cancer, COPD, or are at high risk of COVID-19 exposure and transmission due to where they work or the institution in which they find themselves. So like healthcare workers, inmates, homeless shelters, teachers, daycare staff are all people that may receive a COVID vaccine. Next slide. So to gather information about people's reactions and thoughts about booster doses, and as well as to inform our booster dose planning efforts, we sent out an online survey on booster doses. We've provided these surveys in English and Spanish. And it was very interesting to note that over 17,000 respondents completed the survey. This translated to a completion rate of 97%. So that's very, very impressive. And this probably reflects people's eagerness to get booster doses. But it's worth noting that the population that the survey went out to were people that were already vaccinated with one of the mRNA vaccines or one of the single-dose vaccines. So obviously, they probably were very motivated to take booster doses so that they can continue to enjoy the protection that they are already enjoying from COVID. So key takeaways from the survey and the booster dose planning that has been going on include the fact that respondents were eager to receive boosters once they were eligible for that. They were open to a variety of locations to get their shots. They didn't need to go to the same location where they got their previous vaccines. But however, they preferred a walk-in versus scheduled appointments. So from this information that we gathered, we're able to prep our COVID hotline staff accordingly, and we continue to use this data to inform our strategic planning. Next slide. So there are several places, obviously, people can get COVID vaccines. The easiest and fastest will be pharmacies or primary care providers, and the website is in the slide, www.vaccines.gov. or go to your PCP. We also have limited availability in Deschutes County Health Services. And what would like to advocate is people should utilize their primary care providers and the pharmacies available as much as possible so that Deschutes County Health Service can focus on vulnerable populations, which is really our mandate. And please note that as you wait for a booster, your current vaccination still provides strong protection against serious illness. So it's not as if you have to get it on the very first day. You still have some protection from the previous 2 doses. Next slide. So we continue to provide support in various forms to community partners so that they can help vaccinate our high-risk populations, such as the jail, homebound, and the long-term care facilities. Next slide. So we've expanded our existing vaccine pop-up clinic capacity by averagely 2 hours to accommodate demand for booster doses. We had our first clinic with expanded hours at Sisters Firehouse. We gave 149 total doses. 9 were first doses and 134 were booster doses. Things went fairly well and smoothly, and we are hoping that things continue to go on smoothly in the coming days and weeks. Next slide. Yeah, so I've presented this before. These are all the options. It's not a comprehensive list, but these are some options of places that folks could get vaccinations. They are free. You don't need an insurance. You don't need an ID. Next slide. Yeah, so that is all for me. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
So Rita, before maybe commissioners ask any questions, if you allow me, just a couple of takeaway messages for our committee members, commissioners, if you allow me to share. One is that, and I want to put this new development around booster dose in context. First of all, we're talking about those who have received Pfizer vaccine. Rita mentioned all of this, but just want to make sure the key takeaways. We're talking about Pfizer, not Moderna, not J&J. Those will be coming probably in a couple of weeks or so. But right now we're talking about Pfizer. As Rita rightfully said, if you've had your 2 doses of Pfizer or any vaccine, frankly, you are well protected against severe disease and hospitalization and, God forbid, death. Now, there is a risk for infection, acquiring, and transmitting. That certainly the studies are substantiating that, but you're well protected. So in other words, let's breathe and relax a bit around sort of the expectations for acquiring the booster dose. Our primary focus as a community should still remain on those who have received no vaccines whatsoever. We need to provide them information, listen to them, make it as convenient as possible for them to at least get their first dose, because they're the ones who are really, really at risk at this point. There are plenty of vaccines available in our community for booster doses as well, at least as of today. So we're in a much better situation as a community now than we were months ago when we were just rolling out the biggest vaccine rollout ever in our history. So let's be patient, let's be graceful. And just the last message, please know that we do have limited supply in our pop-up clinics. Let's just be mindful as a community that the limited supply is really for our vulnerable population. So if you are willing and able and can go somewhere with your provider, pharmacy, and get your vaccine, please give that slot to someone else who is really in a situation where they need extra help or hands to get vaccinated. Thank you.
One of the other observations is that, when there's booster vaccines available, this might help a few people that, there may be, I'm just assuming, there's a subset of people that are like, well, I could have or I should have got my shot by now, but it's kind of awkward to just show up, at the last minute or whatever. But now that there's kind of a more activity in the vaccine world, hopefully we can include people that have really struggled with this and didn't want to be, singled out for not getting the vaccine. Because, I've had some of those discussions with folks too. So, yeah, let's just make it the culture of everybody stepping in and getting a vaccine.
Great point, Commissioner. And even if a committee member has been confirmed as positive in the past, we know that even a single dose is going to boost your immunity and increase protection. So it's still a good idea after a 3-month period and symptoms going away and all of that to go and get at least 1 dose.
Great.
Nahad and Rita, can you give us an update on where 5 to 11-year-old vaccine approval is at?
Yeah, I can start, and Rita, you can add. There was a recent submission by Pfizer BioNTech to FDA, and they're going to provide the data. The data are not available publicly. And in the next few weeks, there'll be some decisions made. Obviously, the bar is even higher for younger folks, our kiddos, than it is for general population in terms of safety and efficacy. So they're really going to scrutinize, as they have in the past, these data and come with a decision, hopefully by maybe November. And then it'll get rolled out through the usual channels with ACIP, with the CDC, and then through the state and county level.
Great, thank you.
And I'll be the first in line with my kiddos. And I'll tell you something, I'll be very honest. Probably 3 months ago, I would have dragged my feet a bit when it came to my kiddos, and I would have maybe said, okay, well, let me see what's going on. Today, no. As soon as it gets approved, I'm going to see if we're eligible and get them vaccinated. And I'm already priming my kiddos and promising them ice cream and money and everything else needed to get them over the hump.
Incentives. Well, thank you very much. Any other?
Yeah. No, thank you.
Commissioner Dare.
Thanks for inviting us, and thanks for your approval of the funds as well. That goes a long way, and it gives our team a lot of confidence in moving forward.
Oh, and we want to thank everybody, contact tracing, the pop-up clinics, everybody working hard. We knew this was going to be an effort to the end of the year. Emotionally, it's a roller coaster, but the facts are the facts. There's a lot of activity, a lot of spread in our community. So, yeah, let's keep working together, and thank you very much to everybody in the health department and in healthcare itself.
And I do want to acknowledge that we are tied for 6th most vaccinations in the state. We have 36 counties. So thank you to everyone out there who has been vaccinated. It's keep washing your hands, and wearing a KN95 mask. I'm sorry, Nahad, but I think they're much more effective than the surgical masks. And if people are going to wear a mask, wear a KN95.
Thank you.
There you
No
go.
disagreements from here.
There
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, we're working down the agenda today, a little bit behind time, but I think the last one before lunch. Item number 17, discussion and consideration of vaccine requirement for county employees.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. Also joining me online should be Kathleen Hinman, our HR Director, and also Assistant Legal Counsel Chris Bell. This is a continued discussion from a couple of weeks ago on the temporary policy for COVID-19 vaccination requirements for certain county employees. It relates specifically to our employees in health services and the Juvenile Division of Community Justice. Would the board like me to summarize the policy briefly?
So maybe the current status, the fact that the rules are in place, and what's happened kind of internally since we had a discussion last time, I guess.
Sure. The policy implements 2 OARs, 2 Oregon Administrative Regulations, and those have not changed. The governor the state negotiated with the represented employees in the executive branch and have extended the deadline from October 18th to November 30th. That deadline has not changed from the OHA guidelines, although they might. But it's important to point out that our draft policy really coincides with that extension or grace period. So even if the OHA extends the deadline, the draft policy pretty much lines up with the grace period. 2 bits of new information since we met last. As I mentioned before, we have an obligation to bargain the impacts of this policy with AFSCME. AFSCME has reviewed the draft policy and has one very minor change that I'll point out right now. On page 5 of the draft policy, section C, and it's the 4th paragraph. Fourth paragraph starts with personnel who are subject to and who fail to comply with this policy are subject to release or discharge from employment. And then it's really the next two sentences where AFSCME has a recommendation. The next two sentences talks about county contractors and their obligations. And AFSCME's input is to make it more clear in that last sentence that sentence refers to county contractors and not county employees. Currently, the last sentence says, in addition, the county may, as appropriate, suspend or terminate the applicable county contract. And that refers to the contract with a county contractor has nothing to do with county employees. So that's a very minor change that we can wordsmith, and I would recommend that. The other piece of information is on Monday in executive session, we talked to the board about an MOU with AFSCME that outlines how we're going to implement this policy for employees who are not fully vaccinated. And AFSCME has reviewed that draft MOU and has agreed to sign it with no changes as presented. I have a copy of that MOU if the board would like it. We now have a document number, so it's document 2021-788. So really the recommended action for the board this morning is to approve the policy, approve county administrator signature on the policy on the vaccine requirement, and then separately approve the MOU with AFSCME, and that would also be county administrator signature. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Are there any comments? So as you know, I struggle with this mightily. This is a policy for employment at Deschutes County with a vaccine requirement. When we talk for a subset of employees, when we talk about getting a vaccine and having a grace period or the dates changing, that means you've committed to getting a vaccine, and we're going to work with you to the date that you are fully vaccinated. It doesn't mean there's a choice to get vaccinated or not in these positions. So that's a tough position to be in. There are exemptions available. So then we're in a situation where, if you've taken a medical or a religious exemption specifically, then there's the follow-on of how we, how can you perform your job either directly or remotely, or there's some other choices that need to be made there. So these are the facts. These are the OARs. 2 items are in line with that. And I'm supportive of proceeding. I mean, as I say, I struggled mightily on this, and I don't know that I would come to the same conclusion at the state level, but I'm not the governor, and we do have the Oregon Health Authority of professionals putting this in place. So, is there a motion there or other discussion?
I'll also say this is not the way that I would like to get to higher levels of vaccination in the county organization or in our community, but this is at this point, this is the choice that is before us, and the choice that we can make. And I really appreciate all of the work that Human Resources and other people within county staff have made to clarify exemptions, make accommodations, create flexibility, any flexibility possible within the law, to work with our employees who are still concerned about or resistant to getting vaccinated. But I am ready to proceed with this policy as well.
I just would like to say that it breaks my heart when I see that hospital workers throughout America that have been working with COVID for 18 months through thick and thin, and they're being let go. I wonder what kind of a healthcare crash that those kind of decisions are going to cause, because these people clearly have put in their heart and soul for the last 18 months. And I so appreciate as much accommodation as we in Deschutes County can possibly give, because I personally know people that can't have the shot for one medical reason or another. So I appreciate, really, this is an incredibly serious position for a few people to be in, and thank goodness there are the medical and the religious exemptions, and don't want anybody in Deschutes County to lose their job over this. Hopefully we can work with them and put them somewhere else where they can maintain their position.
Okay, is there a motion?
I made the motion last time, so I didn't want to.
Oh, please
I didn't
do.
want to. I didn't want to jump too soon before people were ready to act on this time. Are we? Has everyone said what they wanted to say?
Eric said we need two motions, I believe.
Yes, please. And I'm happy to
yes.
frame those for the board if you would like.
Okay, so we need to approve the policy of the temporary policy for COVID-19 vaccination requirement with county administrator's signature for the impacted departments. That's, I know, terribly worded.
But that is a motion.
Yes, that's a motion.
I'll
The
second.
first one, and then we need another one.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve the COVID-19 vaccination requirement policy. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. So document number 2021-788 is the MOU with AFSCME.
That's correct.
Implementing this policy, or agreements about the policy.
Yes, that's the correct document number.
So moved the signature for the MOU with AFSCME, document number 2021-788.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay.
Thank you, commissioners, and also thank you to Chris and Kathleen, and also we had a number of managers from health services, community justice, IT, and facilities work on this as well. So it was a big group effort.
Thank you to all of them.
And to AFSCME, they were a very good partner in discussions on this.
So that's our agenda items for the morning session. We'll recess for lunch at 1 o'clock. We'll reconvene for a couple more items and a few executive sessions also. Okay, we're back to our afternoon session for the Board of Commissioners. Next item, item 18, consideration of second reading of ordinance for marijuana annual reporting.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Tanya Saltzman, Senior Planner. I'll be with you for the next 3 items. This first item here, as noted, is the second reading of an ordinance number 2021-012 pertaining to marijuana annual reporting. The public hearing for this ordinance was held on August 25th. And at that time, it had 2 components. At that time, during the hearing, those components were split into 2. The first part was to extend the permitted hours for retail businesses for marijuana. That was adopted separately and a couple of weeks earlier. So here we are for the second reading of the other half, which is to modify marijuana annual reporting requirements. And the first reading was conducted, on September 8th.
Great, so nothing's changed between these readings?
Nothing has changed, except I did change a comma to a semicolon.
Oh, so there is a change.
Full disclosure. But other
Okay.
than that, everything's the same, yes.
Okay, and then I haven't heard any feedback, and I haven't reached out to anybody, but I sure haven't had anybody contact me on this subject either. Any discussion or any thoughts? Yep, looks like I'm ready for a motion then.
Yeah, I still feel like this is an excellent balance between allowing legal authorized businesses to do their work without unnecessary additional burdens, and also hopefully freeing up some of our resources so that we can really focus on hunting down black market marijuana production in our community, because that's a place where we really do need to focus. And I guess,
So it's just a second reading
yeah.
by title only.
Be right, and then followed with a motion for adoption.
So is the motion to approve the second reading, or is the motion to
It would
adopt?
be to simply move second reading by title only of ordinance 2021-012.
Okay, so I move second reading of ordinance number 2021-012, marijuana annual reporting,
By title only?
by title only.
Second.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none,
I just, it's a cost of doing business. But anyway, all right.
Okay. So calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. So at this time, is there a motion for adoption?
Well, you need to read it.
Oh, sorry. That was thank you very much.
Read the title.
So this is the second reading of ordinance number 2021-012, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, Deschutes County zoning to modify marijuana annual reporting requirements. Is there a motion for adoption?
I move adoption of ordinance number 2021-012, marijuana annual reporting. Do I need to say by title only here? No.
It's been moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Okay.
Thank you.
So that will be effective 90 days from now.
Correct. Yes.
Item number 19, Senate Bill 391, Rural Accessory Dwelling Units. We're the leader in the state.
Yes.
Well, and that was mentioned at AOC. You know, Deschutes County's way out there, ready to go, leading the way. I mean, it's acknowledged in our AOC meetings also.
Yeah, that's, it's we're forging that path, and hopefully it'll be a good one. And I think, it's exciting to be able to be in that position. But it also does mean that we have, as a county, a lot of decisions and interpretations to make. So that is why I'm here before you today. Again, for the record, Tanya Saltzman, Senior Planner. At the last time I was before the board, I presented the board with a whole matrix of kind of definitions and interpretations that are contained within Senate Bill 391 as divided into separate buckets, if you will, of kind of the simpler decisions, more complex, et cetera. So I'm here today to begin chipping away at that first batch of items. And so I've split all of these up that are kind of, in theory, they're kind of direct decisions that the board can make. The board does not have to make these decisions or pin down every single one today. I'm just kind of putting them out there. I think we've been allocated about 20 minutes for this item today, but it's up to the board, of course, how many things you choose to tackle, or you might request staff to get additional information or what have you. So I'm here to just begin going through those items. And just as a refresher, the county has local control, or the county can touch certain aspects of this bill, while state level wildfire topics are being addressed on a separate track. So those have to be resolved, or the first elements of those have to be resolved by June of 2022. So in the interim, the county is working on kind of the local things that the county can touch and change in effect, and that's where we are today. So we're kind of starting to chug along on that track. So, and with that, I'll just, if it's okay with the board, I'll just start kind of jumping right in. All right, the first one is ADU square footage. In the law, it says ADUs cannot include more than 900 square feet of, quote, usable floor area. And the task at hand is to define usable floor area, which is not defined in Senate Bill 391. Staff looked at similar definitions from other jurisdictions. Some of them were a lot more complex than what staff is recommending, and we consulted with our building division, the experts in usable floor area, and we have Randy here to provide any additional input or answer any questions. But ultimately, their recommended definition is quite simple. There's two variations, but essentially it's the area included within the surrounding insulated exterior walls. The second option is the area included within the surrounding insulated exterior walls, exclusive of garages, carports, decks, and porch covers. So that just adds a little bit of nuance to that. And I'll note, and I noted in the memo, that as far as garages and things like that go, the commission can decide to address those in the legislation, say, garages are allowed, are not allowed, they can be this size. That's probably a separate conversation that might happen later, but for now, staff recommends beginning with that second option, so excluding garages, et cetera, in that usable square foot calculation, just for a placeholder. And if there's further discussion about garages and those kind of things later, we can always work back from that. I don't know if the board has questions about kind of that, the nuance of that definition that Randy might be able to answer more specifically why that's the most appropriate, what they use in the building division. So it's up to the board.
Yeah, so I'd like to hear from Randy a little bit and have a discussion just a little bit into this. I support the second definition, and I'm just envisioning that the fact that garages can have insulated walls, so there's probably a debate at some point about, well, wait a minute, is this a garage or is this an insulated living space?
Yeah, I was actually curious about that as well, because I don't think of carports, decks, and garages. So it says exclusive of garages, carports, decks, and porch covers. And besides garages, I don't think of those others having insulated exterior walls. So, but garages can. So it seemed like it would. It didn't seem like carports, decks, or porch covers had to be included in this. So, but I'd love to hear more.
That's a great point, and we can always scratch that or edit those. But shall I invite Randy Scheid to the table?
There's another, like a handheld mic, or you can share that mic there if you want.
I'll grab a handheld if one's available.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, maybe nobody's qualified to work it, but we have it, yeah.
Just automatically on?
There is a button.
And there may be another,
Anything on over there?
there we go.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
For the record, Randy Scheid, Deschutes County Building Official. You're right, Commissioner Cheng, that there are some aspects where we include areas under roof. For instance, our wildfire, our allowance to mitigate for the lack of hydrant water supply. It's in a rule 918-480-0125. It talks about all areas under cover when we're considering the size of a structure for firefighting, right? So porches would be included in that, and garages would be included in that. This is we have different definitions for different occasions, and in this occasion, I don't think that is, I think those are generally would not be included in usable floor areas.
Okay.
As far as the garages are concerned, we do have some insulated, conditioned garages out there. We also have a state interp from the state of Oregon, which is law, that says just because you condition a space does not make it habitable.
Okay, so that's pretty clear. And yeah, I'm sure, this is from the beginning of time, but the definition for an accessory dwelling unit, I think the big picture is going to be, well, I was envisioning this little cottage next to the house, and then somebody's going to build a little cottage with a big garage and a big back porch and a big entryway. So that's, I think, where we're going to be, the expectation and what we think we're going to see on the ground and what the definitions are. So is there support for definition number 2, just for clarity?
I support definition number 2.
Great, okay.
I mean, it's hard, kind of following that line of thought about, like how big is this going to get? I mean, 900 square feet of interior space is, there are a lot of houses in town here in Bend, especially like the old, like the historic district and places like that, where you can fit a whole family in 900 square feet. And it raises the question of, if we allow, if garages are excluded from that 900 square feet, could somebody build a 900 square foot interior space with a 3-car garage, and would that be okay? I mean, it's kind of, that seems excessive. So I don't know how to kind of address that. I mean, whether we put a square footage, a separate square footage limitation on the garage too, or whether that's making things too complicated, or but I wouldn't want to see 900 square feet of living space with a massive garage either.
But you could have a massive accessory accessory building on your property. So I don't know what would the difference between 2 or 3-car garage and an accessory building, like a shop building.
Right.
Then you flip it upside down.
But is that additional? Is it, okay, you can have your residence, your accessory building, and your ADU with a big garage, or it's.
That's why we're talking about it.
Yeah.
If I may, it is possible, and under staff's understanding, to place additional restrictions on garages, and that would be a separate conversation. But you could, for instance, say, and I've seen similar ADU legislation, I'm not exactly sure if it pertained to the rural ADU, but they say, the ADU can be 900 square feet, a garage can be a single car garage up to 200 square feet, or something like that. So that is a road, the commissioners could choose to define that as well, whether today or as part of another decision. But it can be, the board's allowed to create restrictions on garages if they desire.
And would it be too convoluted to have a square footage restriction on the garage unless you don't also have another accessory building? I mean, you know, because I could definitely see, you know, if you're allowed to have another accessory building right now, that would be a reasonable trade-off, you know, like if you want to build your ADU and your accessory building kind of as a single thing instead of having, you know, and just have 2 buildings instead of 3 buildings total on your property. I mean, that seems like a reasonable thing and something we would ideally be able to provide people the flexibility to do. It's just a question of whether, I mean, these, you know, whether that's making our rules so complicated that people can't understand them anymore.
I mean, I think, you know, this legislation, which, I don't know how much we can address related accessory structures that are not, you know, that might be related to the primary dwelling. I think it's doable, but that would be a separate, that would not be contained in kind of the rural ADU legislation. It will certainly overlap on some level because, yes, these are things that are going to come up. But as far as the text of the actual rural ADU legislation, I don't know if it would address that type of thing. I don't know if Nick or Peter have other thoughts on that, but if not, that's fine.
Well, the legislation did never contemplate, I mean, you're right, it leaves this issue open to counties. What code enforcement often finds is it's going to be the accessory building that is a couple of garage stalls, and then there's a space above or attached to it on the side that's been illegally converted. So that happens now, and so with that space, property owners are going to be creative. They could say, well, that's not part of the ADU, that's just part of the primary dwelling, it's just that we happen to put an ADU attached to it or above it. So trying to regulate the garage as part of this is going to be complicated if it's going to be included in the 900 square feet. I think I don't know of a simple way to regulate garages as part of the ADUs in the rural county. I don't know if you've discovered any other simpler.
Well, just the example that I provided.
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
It can be one car and these dimensions, but that's kind of the extent.
Right. If you're going to provide covered parking for the garage, yeah, for the ADU, it shall not exceed 250 square feet. Right, something like that.
So, I mean, I'd like, and I mentioned it before, I mean, a barn dominium is a big old shop. No, I'm serious, you know, 2 big old doors, 50 feet long, so you can put your big diesel pusher in there in the winter, and a 900 square foot apartment is part of it. So, I mean, let's not just think of a little house and you know, how big is the garage? I'm talking a huge shop with a small apartment off of it. And that's possible, and we're seeing them going in my neighborhood right now. People are building them as the primary residence.
As a primary residence?
Oh, yeah. So, as I say, what's the difference between, you know, if it's 900 square feet living?
Well, but I mean, the difference is that if that's their primary residence, then we're not even talking about an ADU. I mean, in addition to that, I mean.
Well, but yeah, so it's just fun. Let's have the scenarios. I mean, so what if you have a residence that is a, you know, 1,800 square feet with a big old shop on it, and you build one that's 900 square feet with a big old shop on it. You know, one's greater than 900, so it kind of tells you which is which. But, you know, if it's 40 by 50 or whatever the big dimensions would be, 60 by 50.
And the shop in this case would be the garage. I mean, because this, you know, this is.
I'm just saying.
It doesn't say.
Other scenarios out there.
It doesn't say exclusive of garages and shops. It says exclusive of garages, carports, decks, and porch covers.
Well, as I say, I could see doing that on my property. I mean, it's, you know, 15 acres, and I would love to have a big conditioned shop, and a 900 square foot apartment with rental income is perfect for me. So that's my scenario. And as I say, I'm seeing them going up in my neighborhood. So is that different, or does that fit in there at all? I'm looking at Tanya, and
I mean, that's a good question. I think, you know, this is not going to be addressing that shop. This is going to be addressing just the ADU itself, what qualifies as the ADU. That's the way I interpret it.
when I could show you one of those in Klamath County, right over the line. I know somebody that lives in it. They just built a nice double-door shop. You pull your full-size pickup truck in 2 times, and it's probably smaller than 900, but I mean, it's a model that's just, when you see it, you're like, oh, that's exactly works for some people. you know?
But that's their primary residence, or that's their accessory dwelling unit.
Primary residence.
So I mean, you know, if you're allowed to do that as your primary residence, then you're allowed to do that as your primary residence. I mean, we're trying to make rules around the ADUs.
So then if your property is larger than 2 acres, why can't you do that twice? I mean, could you do that twice? I guess that's what I'm asking. You know, so are you saying you don't think that's allowed to do it twice? They're both from 900 or less.
It just doesn't seem like the intention, you know, it's an accessory dwelling unit. It's not your primary dwelling unit. It's an accessory dwelling unit. I mean,
Tanya, it's Commissioner Adair. I'd just like to say something because 900 square feet, clearly, I believe these are going to be a lot of workforce housing. And if we have 900 square feet in the ADU, I would think we could have 2 car spots in the carport, garage, whatever. So I would want 2 to be the maximum allowed for the ADU, just because I feel like in our climate, if we're doing this specific for our climate, which, you know, some winters we have so much snow. So anyway, definitely helps people that work, that their car isn't buried every night in snow and they have to dig themselves out again.
Coming this year.
when we were talking
I hope
about,
so.
Tanya, when you threw out that 200-foot number, it didn't say you're allowed a 1-car garage that's 200 square feet. It said you are allowed 200 square feet of garage space, right?
This was just an example that I saw, and I honestly don't remember what municipality it was. It actually was both things in one piece of code. It was 1-car garage, no bigger than 200 square feet. But I suppose you could make that, you could play with that as however you wanted it to be. And that could be, a separate criterion that is addressed kind of later, or right now you're just looking at the habitable, essentially, square feet for the actual ADU, the home. And I will also note, and this is sort of a caveat to everything that we're talking about today, is this, whatever the board decides on today is not the be-all, end-all. This is just presenting kind of a starting point for us to be able to craft language. So it doesn't mean it's all wrapped up and done. So which is good, because I think you might decide on something today, and then when you're looking at another criteria down the road, that might, retroactively kind of affect your thinking on something like this.
Well, we'll get
I'm just
community
putting that
input
out
on
there.
it too, once you start to gel it.
I'm just feeling like this one is, as we peel away the layers, we're discovering that this one is complicated enough that I wouldn't want to set an initial expectation today, because it's not the final decision. But I mean, if we kind of set an intention today, then that we're setting an intention, and anything after that will be, changing our original intention, which it's a lot harder to change an original intention than to leave something kind of open until you've had more time to think about it and discuss it.
So the main kind of decision at hand, or part of it, is, would this 900 include garage, et cetera, space, or would it not? Would that be addressed during a separate kind of thing? My feeling is that it doesn't seem like the commissioners want to include the garage as part of that 900. That's the way you might have other restrictions or requirements for garages down the road or separately, but is it the board's intention to include garages within that 900?
No.
I mean, I guess if the choice is to if the choice is to allow a very, very, very large garage, or not, then I would actually choose not. I would want the, 900, I would want the garage included in the 900 if the option was that, you could build a massive garage. But if we could figure out a way to kind of set a reasonable expectation around the size of a garage, which I think is more in line with the legislative intent, then I could support that.
So setting standards for garages separately from that 900, assuming that so therefore the garage doesn't have the ability to become some ginormous monster thing. Is that what you're saying, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want the biggest garage possible. But we'll work it out. So as I say, I mean, this is private property. This is larger than 2 acres. Having a big double-wide shop with a small apartment in it is a possibility in my world. So we'll work through it, though.
I mean, it's the accessory dwelling unit. It's not the primary dwelling unit.
Well, but, so then, as I say, there's probably not much difference other than there's 4 corners plus either a lean-to or the shop would be inside of it, or 2 separate buildings. Because you still have the authority on your private property to put another large building on your property if it's not a residential building with a bathroom.
Right. I mean,
So
that's the other.
it's kind of a fine line there about,
That's
is
the
there really
interaction-
difference?
That's the interaction between the ADU and the other accessory dwelling opportunity, the other accessory building opportunity. And I mean, it's clearly, there's a lot of ways that this could, if you have the option to build all 3 of those things, there's a lot of different ways it could play out. And I just think it's, that the intent of this accessory dwelling unit legislation was to provide housing opportunities. Ideally, I mean, I do think that the goal here is, to make housing opportunities available for our workforce, for, family members who, are young family members or aging family members, or for people who need to, provide medical care to someone in the primary residence or something like that. So if the ADU legislation is about housing, then, wanting to have lots of flexibility around, a big shop or a big garage, I think it's unrelated.
Do you have what you need to proceed?
I think so. I mean, I can certainly, we can, this is clearly an ongoing conversation, and it is, I mean, this is what we're discovering as we kind of parse all this. There's a lot more to it. It seems so simple. I know staff can do a little kind of digging around about our rules about accessory structures in general and kind of how they relate to other things, if that would be helpful, and go from there. That sounds.
So so in the big picture, we're going to put a set of words together that define the accessory dwelling unit opportunity in Deschutes County, version 1.0, and it's going to be available to the world. So then, DLCD could review it, Planning Commission could review it, Central Oregon Land Watch can provide comments on it, and then all of a sudden, we'll find out if it's just a bright line that somebody thinks we're crossing or not. As I say, I mean, it's going to be a fully vetted project. And if it doesn't go well, it'll be litigated to the end of time, like we know how that can happen too. So, let's find the reasonable things here, but put it on paper for the world to see. I don't mind.
Yeah, so staff can also add just the garage question or the garage, to this list, and that we can come back to that as well. And so kind of hammering that out might help, get back at the 900 square feet of, it's kind of cyclical. So we can circle back on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Number 2 is the distance requirements. The ADU is required to be located no further than 100 feet from the existing single-family dwelling. and we've discussed this a little bit before, the question at hand, as staff interprets it, is, does that mean that the ADU needs to be fully contained in that 100-foot envelope, or does it mean just a portion, just a corner, or that type of thing? Staff has reached out to kind of various sources, including DLCD and some other people at the Association of Oregon Counties, and we're unaware of any specific legislative intent that said, okay, we meant this. So as far as we're concerned, this is up to board interpretation. Obviously, and I was going to draw something, but it just was not very helpful. But if it only needs to be a portion that's included with the 100 feet, that does give a lot more flexibility. You can have things kind of arrayed around this 100-foot bubble, as it were. It also means that things are going to be slightly more spread out on the lot. Not a huge amount, but some distance. The ADU itself is not going to be very large, but these are just things to consider. So it's up to the board whether they want it to be fully contained within that 100-foot window bubble or just a portion. And of course, there are other things on that site, and every site is going to be different. So it's, there might be a crazy driveway that's already there, or, there could be septic items, there could be wells, but it's a case-by-case basis. Every site is very different. So the siting opportunities are going to be very different for each parcel.
Tanya, it's Commissioner Adair, and I know that Representative Zika was talking about perhaps even increasing that from 100 to 150 or something. I think giving it as much flexibility as possible, just a corner of the ADU must be within the 100, just because every lot is different. When you've got septic systems already there, you've got to have distance from your well. I think that would give the homeowner more of an opportunity to work everything out, because every lot will be different. Every 2-acre parcel will be different.
Right. Thank you for that.
I guess the other side of the argument, though, is that 100 feet is a fair amount of space, and I know that there are people who were comfortable with this. Essentially, we are creating new rural development opportunities, and I know that there are people who were comfortable with this ADU legislation because they didn't see, they didn't see the ADU causing that much more habitat fragmentation or eating up that much more open space or farm or forest land, and so to honor that, it is important. I believe it is important for us to keep the ADU close to the primary residence. I mean, I don't know exactly what number is close enough, but I don't. I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about proposals to kind of increase from 100 feet to some greater number legislatively, and I guess one of the real practical concerns that I think we need to look at is the ADUs that are the ADUs that are currently living in the shadows out there that we want to legalize. Where, what kind of distances are we dealing with for those? I mean, I would want our policy to make it possible to legalize a decent number of the existing structures out there, but I don't, I wouldn't want to try to provide a lot more flexibility for flexibility's sake when we're talking about the trade-off being, habitat or, farmland, forest land, open space.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if I just may ask a question, one thought and one way to maybe bridge this with the previous topic is that, would there be a requirement that ADU usable floor area at least a corner of that is within it, because otherwise you could have a long building, as we do see shops and lots of garages all of a sudden. So then what part of that is part of the ADU and what part's not, and what part is at the corner and what part extends 50 to 75 feet just because that's the length of a shop or something of that nature. So maybe if there's some sort of a compromise that at least, and I just throw this out there, at least 10% of the ADU usable floor area is at the corner, or unless it's all of it, whatever the case may be. But I'm just trying to think about trying to comply with the intent of the law and bridging it with the previous discussion on with garages, storage areas, workspaces, things of that nature, something like that.
On this one, I really kind of would like to just, pace out 100 feet and kind of think about that one. And, I didn't prep for today on that, but, just like the geometry vision I had last time, but it's got to take time to do that. But, because we're talking about if it was a corner at 100 feet, the circle's going to be this big. If it's or it'd be a lot smaller if it was all inside of it, or it could spread way out, just like you say in the front corners here, but it's going diagonal directly away from the house, and it could be a lot more impact. So there's a lot of geometry that could be played with there. So are we getting anywhere today?
I mean, this is the point, we're having the conversation, and I think it's important to just kind of throw it all out there and just see what these issues are. And the good thing about this whole process is that because of the state level wildfire stuff that's happening, there is time. There is time to, the board doesn't need to rush and make a decision today. You want to get it right. So you want to think about it, and we have that time. It's not slowing down the legislation on our side. So I just want to make that very clear, because these are complicated and they're kind of interrelated. And I didn't even think about the example that Nick provided, but yeah, a long skinny garage, and suddenly that's within 100 feet. So yeah, I mean, these are kind of our first conversation about these, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, no, it would be really nice if we could resolve a few of these today, but if we don't, but we have some very good discussion that sets the table for and helps us understand what the sticking points are, then and we get to spend and get a little bit more time to think about those, I'd be totally comfortable with that as well. I still think that's productive. But I'm just for reference, 100 feet is, from this wall to that wall is at least twice that. I mean, this is from here to here, that's less than, to the sliding wall there, that's less than 50 feet. So 100 feet is a long, so it's a lot of.
I was envisioning the proportion, as in, if we're thinking a 900 square foot dwelling would be within 100 feet, what would that proportion look like? And then also, if it was at the very perimeter of, does it look like it is spread out? So that's why I'm envisioning that I don't have a good idea about the proportions.
And are there any restraints, requirements around height? I mean, could people build 2-story ADUs?
There's not a specific direction in this bill. I mean, we have our own code that kind of addresses all of that stuff on its own, but there's not, in Senate Bill 391 does not address that, no.
Because, I mean, 900 square feet divided over 2 floors would be not, that's not a very big footprint. I mean, if you throw a garage in there, that's a whole nother thing. And if you have an entire floor that's a garage with 900 square feet of ADU on top of it, that's pretty big. But yeah, so definitely interrelated issues. But yeah, I mean, if we're just talking about the residential space, 900 square feet, it's not huge. I mean, it's.
Barn dominium's going to be huge.
Yes, I'm sure barn dominium is going to be huge.
Well, and Commissioner Adair, I mean, think about it. A horse barn with an apartment in it is ideal. I mean, somebody that's that extra set of hands on the property, and they could be a working adult, probably not good for a large family or anything, but huge opportunity in the rural.
And a lot of those are illegal currently in Deschutes County, and they're probably not within that 100 feet of the main single-family residence. So that was one of the reasons why our Representative Zika was looking at this. I know, we actually lived in two 900 square foot manufactured homes when we were building our first house. I had them hooked together, and 900 square feet is really, one unit had 3 bedrooms, one unit had 2. And that's why I believe that we should allow them to have at least not more than a 2-car garage, because if they don't have that other shop, as you call it, Commissioner DeBonne, it is really important to have some kind of garage in our climate. Yeah. But it's definitely, how do we make some of our illegals legal and still maintain what, we're after? And truly, we need the workforce housing.
Yep. Well, that's interesting. Also, so if it's a vision of a small 900-foot with a single-car garage within 100 feet, then it's just a nice complementary structure to a primary dwelling. But if it's a small apartment on a big shop, bringing it too close is going to look awkward too. So then, yeah, I'm just saying they almost got to pair up one way or the other, the two scenarios.
So shall we come back to that one? We'll have some further discussion.
I mean, and this question of, what is already out there and how far is it? I mean, is there, I know that, if we knew where all the illegal ADUs were out there, we would need to be doing, we would want to be doing something about that. Building code violations but I mean, is there any way to get some information about the distances that some of these illegal ADUs are from primary residences to help us, to help inform us on, how we create opportunities to come into the daylight?
I'm not sure what data we have, if any, about illegal ADUs, except for maybe just anecdotal stuff. So I don't know if either of you or anybody behind me knows. Sorry.
I know someone who did have their illegal shutdown, and I believe they were telling me that if it was 200 feet, they felt like then they would be within being able to make that legal at this point in time. Other people had thought that 150 feet would be adequate that I've talked to, but I know clearly 200 feet would be, and then of course this is something, is it going to get through the legislature, and it's what is Representative Zika thinking about? So, there are things that are outside our box, but we can definitely give input.
We can certainly put out a call within our division just for anecdotal, informal things about what they've heard, but I don't know how helpful that would be per se. I also would think that it's possible a lot of these illegal ones are on EFU land and not the zones that this bill or this law pertains to. I don't know, but that is something to consider, that we're not talking farmland for this.
Right.
Just a reminder, because I sometimes forget as well. But I mean, we can certainly do kind of some informal research, as it were, and try to see if we can get any kind of on the ground, unofficial, like casual, observational data.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to check in about time, if the board wants to continue, or...
Yes, let's just step through a few more.
Great. Item 3 is occupancy. This is an important one. ADUs cannot be allowed for vacation occupancy. There's no interpretation about that except for just how to codify that. Does the board want to require a restrictive covenant to be recorded on the property stating that the ADU shall not be used for short-term rentals? That seems like the most kind of straightforward way to do that. And I should note, and it's in the footnote here, that in the conversation with the Planning Commission about all of Senate Bill 391, they were wondering, is it, at this time at least, is it worth putting it out there to consider restricting the single-family dwelling from vacation rentals, given the short-term vacation rentals, I should say, given the housing challenges? Just putting that out there. They did voice that as a thing. It doesn't have to necessarily be addressed, but it is, it's going to come up. There have been questions asked of us when we've done presentations to realtors and that type of thing. So it is kind of bubbling out there and worth considering. The board certainly does not have to address that now, but we're just wanted to convey that concern from the Planning Commission, that idea.
Can I ask, currently there are not restrictions of any kind on using primary residences for a vacation rental?
That's correct. The county does not regulate short-term vacation rentals.
Yeah, that is a big question.
It's a big one. Yeah,
And,
it certainly is.
I mean, there's so many interesting examples from around the state of, you got the city of Bend that has their density cap. You have other places, like in the city of Hood River, where they said, they basically said you cannot use part of your property as a vacation rental unless you live on the property. And that's dramatically more restrictive. I think it's definitely worth considering and discussing. Particularly with the impacts that vacation rentals can have on housing supply. But for the purposes of today, maybe we could just talk about. I think I like the idea of the restrictive covenant, and then I also it also raises huge questions about how you actually enforce that.
Yes.
We've seen. I believe that the city of Bend actually has a position. It may not be a full FTE, but they have a position whose job it is to monitor and enforce. And I think that a piece of that enforcement work is essentially just looking at your list of authorized vacation rentals, and then tracking on Airbnb and other places whether the properties that are being posted are actually on the list of authorized short-term rentals. And but that's a lot of work for somebody.
Yeah, and I should note, and I think I probably noted it in the memo, but our baseline, our assumption is that it would just be treated like all the other land use, that it's complaint-based. But, if the commissioners want to pursue something more robust than that, then, that's absolutely, everything's on the table. But right now, we don't have any sort of similar program. Everything, code compliance, code enforcement-wise, would be complaint-based.
So I support starting off with the required covenant to be recorded on the ADU itself,
Okay.
as state law requires, a complaint-based system at this time. Not triggering a limit on the primary dwelling. Yeah. So somebody's gonna build a little ADU outside, live in it, and rent out the primary house. And that's what happens in Deschutes County already. Maybe not a primary house, a second home. But that's how the revenue of the transient room tax is going up, is the home rentals all around the county. So as I say, just not as a starting point, putting a limit on the primary residence.
Okay, and it seems like everybody, or at least 2 of the 3 commissioners so far, are in support of a restrictive covenant being recorded as a way to kind of enact the restriction on the ADU.
What other possibilities are there?
I suppose if you didn't record the restrictive covenant, then it would just simply be a rule that they have to be aware of like any other rule, and then it would, it would just be a little looser, I think, in terms
Well,
of.
the honor
it wouldn't be as.
Honor system.
It wouldn't be as, when you buy the house, you have this piece of paper, the restrictive covenant really makes you aware of
Yeah.
it. I think that's a good solution.
But you can trace back to enforcement, say,
Yes.
okay, this
Yes.
is, you bought it like this, or you built it like this.
Exactly.
Or the other option would be, is if there's a one-page approval, or however many pages of approval, because that's a question coming up, could just be a condition of approval, for example.
And, yeah.
But then it's just a complaint basis, whereas this is actually notifies the property owner and anybody that purchases it that it shall not be used for those purposes.
Well, I think it's important because how many rentals are there in Bend? What, 12 to 1,500 or something? We need workforce housing. What is it? The hospital has how many people that are working for the hospital system, and they're in hotels currently? We need the workforce housing. That was one of our main arguments for this. And to have the restricted covenant, I feel, is appropriate. And that way, when the next person buys the house and the property, they know it's clear. It says it cannot be a short-term rental. So I think it's very important.
Sounds good. We'll start with that. Thank you.
Yeah, but that whole, and, so I'm 100% in agreement with that intention. But then just hearing the issue raised of, well, what's to prevent somebody from building an ADU, moving in there themselves, and then turning around and renting their primary residence as a vacation rental. I mean, that's a big concern. I mean, that doesn't really, that adds, in that situation, that adds zero workforce housing to our supply. A lot more reason to consider having an overall vacation rental policy for dwellings within the county. But I
I'll make note of
definitely, I would definitely at least, at minimum, start with the restrictive covenant.
Okay. Great. On down. All right, so on to the next one. Actually, the next one is sort of a wait and see, the water supply, number 4. A county may require that an ADU be served by the same water supply source or water supply system as the existing dwelling. We've reached out to OWRD. There's been some vacations and out of offices, so we actually have not heard back from them yet. So we will return to the board or communicate with the board when we do have information about that. We've asked for any guidance, are there reasons why they should be on the same supply or shouldn't be on the same supply? And so we'll await that information and relay it to you.
One little piece of information that I gathered on this issue, and I'm sorry I don't remember the exact numbers, but I asked, well, so rural residences, exempt wells, these are exempt wells. I asked how much what the quantity was, like daily threshold quantity was for an exempt well, and it is a very large number. So, I mean, just in terms of the volume of water, it should be enough to support a primary residence and an accessory dwelling unit. There may be spatial practicalities that create issues with using the same well for the, for both the primary and the accessory dwelling. But just in terms of quantity of water, when WRD gets back to us with those, and she can share those exact numbers, or I can go dig it up from some notes, I can supply that. But there's not the volume constraints on an exempt well are not so small that the quantity you can get from a single exempt well, or you're allowed to get from a single exempt well, should be an issue. There may be all sorts of other considerations, but
Right.
And, you know, we do see groundwater levels slowly declining around many parts of the county, but then again, I mean, if you're at risk of having your well go dry, that may very well be a good reason for you to just dig a new one anyway, which then you could plan to connect to both your primary and your accessory dwelling. Anyway, so more from WRD, but that's just a little bit of initial thought and information on that.
And in general, you know, Deschutes County is not in the business of regulating kind of that aspect of things so much. We turn to our experts at OWRD, so hopefully they'll have some helpful information. And, you know, a thing that I think it's come up in conversation with some of us is, you know, with this type of thing is, you know, in terms of water usage, for instance, how does it differ from building an addition? You know, maybe you're adding a wing onto your house and that has another bathroom. So, and I don't know the answer, but it's just something to kind of think about how these impacts are looked at. So I'll be curious to hear from them as well. So we'll follow up with them and get back to you. Okay. This is one that I feel confident that we can resolve today, probably. Number 5, ADU setback requirements. The ADU is required to have adequate setbacks from adjacent land zoned EFU or forest use. And the task at hand is to define adequate setbacks. Staff recommends 100 feet, and that is because that is a precedent that's used for similar siting standards elsewhere in the code. In the MUA 10 zone, it's the distance between a dwelling and lots of parcels that have special assessment for farm use, so essentially the distance between them and farm property. This was, when we asked our current planning team, this was the number that came up, and they recommended 100 feet. And that is what I'm relaying to the board.
100.
Sounds perfect.
There you go. There's 2. There's 3.
Wonderful. Thank you. So 100 feet is an adequate setback. Great. This is another larger one. Number 6 is decision type. This is not explicitly spelled out in Senate Bill 391, but it is something that we will have to address as we decide how to craft these amendments. The county can decide to process rural ADU applications either ministerially or as a limited land use decision. And this might be something that the board might want to defer until more decision points are recognized, but ministerial essentially lays out all of the conditions up front. It says, you know, all of these are very explicitly, the criteria are explicitly delineated, and essentially you're coming into the counter with a checklist, right? You say, you know, here's my 100 feet, this is all the proof that I have that my 900 feet is 900 feet, you know, all of that. So it's kind of, it's different from a limited land use decision, and that is up to the applicant to sort of demonstrate that compliance. So it's a little more subject to interpretation. It's a little more work on the staff side because it is the staff does have some discretion, which can go, you know, any direction for both the applicant and staff. So it is slightly more complex. It gives a little bit more flexibility. For instance, I gave an example in the memo about access and evacuation, which is a big category that we'll come to at a later meeting. But if it was a ministerial decision, we would have to, in the code, define what adequate access means. We'd have to say, I don't know, your road must be this wide, you have to have this much vertical clearance, it has to be this type of paving material, X, Y, Z, done. And you have to, you know, you have your compliance checklist. Otherwise, we can just say, you need to have adequate access, and then the applicant needs to come and explain why that's adequate access, whether it's from an engineer's report or what have you. So it's not quite as cut and dried. So those are 2 very different types of decisions. And as we go through all of these different criteria, it might shake out that one decision makes a lot more sense than the other. And we don't have that answer at this time. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on that matter, but I think it might be a little bit premature to make that decision, personally.
It might be. I think one of the things that's really helpful for the commissioners to know is the ministerial, while it provides the checklist and it provides a lot of certainty, there's not a lot of flexibility, and only the applicant can appeal it. Whereas a limited land use decision, there's more discretion, so it does provide some more flexibility where it may be warranted, but it can be appealable by others. Just so you're aware of what those, kind of what the decision space is, because appeals are, and public input is also a key factor in a lot of land use issues. And staff did not include as one of these options, which some stakeholders around the state would prefer, is that they're actually conditional use permits where they're subjective to all kinds of things and a lot more public hearings, et cetera, but that's not proposed at this point. But that's the full range of options for the board.
I was just going to ask how these two, ministerial limited land use decision, how those overlap or don't overlap with outright and conditional uses. So, I mean, so those are, is it like there's a continuum? So ministerial limited land use decision conditional?
Correct.
And then, the first two are actually outright uses, but it's just kind of how you process the outright use?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and there'll be a subset of people chomping at the bit, ready to go, with some ideas and projects. There'll be people scoping it out, and then there'll be people that is like, oh, I guess I'll do this now. So there'll be different versions of people's interest, but then also different conflicts too. Some people are like, not in my neighborhood, even though, no matter what. So then, as I say, you end up with a appeals process, which could be used, against somebody or whatever. I just, to slow the process down. But yeah, we don't need to take that any farther today. We'll see how it starts to shake out.
Yeah, I think that's great. The example that we provided with access and evacuation, I think that one will be really telling, because we are going to have to reach out to probably the rural fire protection districts and that type of thing. And depending on kind of what level of support we can get them, or what kind of information we can get from them, that might kind of focus the decision type in a certain direction. So I think that'll be helpful to know that.
It'd be interesting, because as I say, it'd be nice to be able to, both have their value, their positives, negatives. But if there's a subset of things that are kind of that conditional use type discussion item, a subset of issues, but then a subset are pretty black and white, maybe that's a way to do it too. Everyone will be a little different. But just like you're saying, access for approval for fire, that'll be interesting to see what kind of rules are going to be in place.
Yeah. Great, so that one will be on the to-do list for a forthcoming meeting. Again, these are all going to be kind of bubbling up together, so I think it's good that we're hacking away at them now, and this is super helpful for staff. I believe lastly, I will go down to number 7, wildlife area combining zone compatibility. This is another one that is not explicitly in the bill, but because we are talking about it in our next agenda item, for instance, this is important to kind of put out there for consideration. How does the board want to approach allowing rural ADUs in wildlife area combining zones? There could be some potential compatibility issues, or there could be ways to address that. There's some of these distance requirements, for instance, could be used to, as arguments to say that it's not creating an adverse impact on kind of these populations. We did run some quick numbers that I did not have in the memo about what kind of numbers we're talking about here. You might recall that there were just under 8,000 parcels that met the basic criteria of rural ADUs in terms of zoning. 2 acres or more has a current single-family dwelling. So that was the super baseline. Of that 7,950, 483 of those parcels are in a current wildlife area zone, 483. And then in the proposed zones, which we'll get to in the second agenda item, which again are in no way permanent, and 3,500 are in the new elk and mule proposed wildlife inventory areas. That is not including the proposed new sensitive bird areas. So that's 3,500. And when you take them together, it actually comes out to 3,530 because there is some overlap between the old and new. It's not an exact sum, but essentially 3,500 lots would be potentially in the wildlife area combining zone. That's new and old, that would be eligible for rural ADU. So that's just giving a sense of the universe that we're talking here. And again, those proposed inventories, we're not sure what's going to happen to those, but that's just where we are now with the data that we have. That's a big thing to consider as well, that I don't expect decisions to be made today.
Well, that'll be interesting to kind of look at the maps and see the impact and the lotting pattern, just the pattern of the lots on the land relative to the migration or impact areas.
Yeah, and we can certainly produce maps to illustrate that. We had a very general rural ADU eligibility map that I provided a while ago that we can add another layer to pull out those wildlife area existing and proposed. And I think that'll be helpful.
And, I mean, these are some of my driving concerns behind the question of the distance between the primary residence and the ADU and behind kind of the, whether the garage is included or not included, because if we're talking about a small compact ADU close into a primary residence that's already there, I don't think that has real habitat fragmentation impacts. But if we're talking about putting it really far away from the primary residence and potentially of monstrous size, then that's essentially additional fragmentation of existing wildlife habitat, which is already pretty fragmented in Deschutes County. So
Well, I'm glad we took time to go through the whole thing, because that kind of closed the loop on, there's, push and pull on the first item and the last item we just talked about.
Yeah. So, the staff can come back at the board's desire in terms of timing and kind of continue the conversation on these, perhaps sprinkle in some of the subsequent ones and see, we'll just be working on keeping a process going in the most efficient way possible. Well,
then please maybe put a page together that talks about the timing of, what the path of this is, the timing of it, getting to a planning commission or, public hearings or input, whatever that looks like. I know if a year from now or whenever the 761 fire bill stuff's coming around, but all of a sudden it's going to be tomorrow. So just getting a good feel for a time frame.
Yeah, I think, like you said, in June of 2022 is when those wildfire hazard maps will be, or they must be, complete. Our goal is to have some form of amendments kind of ready to roll then. So that would be when, or as close to then as possible, that would be when the kind of official legislative amendment process, in theory, could begin with public hearings and all of the standard procedures.
But this could be appealed too, right? Even just putting this on the books.
I suppose anything could be appealed, right?
Yeah, so I mean, we need to think about some of that.
Yeah. So that's why this is really helpful to kind of toss these things around in relation to each other and get input from as many, other experts in neighboring jurisdictions as possible. So.
Well, and getting it out to the community for feedback, earnest feedback, and saying, okay, who's got heartburn with this, or who's got ideas?
Anya, it's Commissioner Adair, and honestly, item 2 and 7 really should have been right next to each other. That's actually 46% of the eligible units of, this current single-family residences. So therefore, we may have to look at that, have two standards. If you're in one, this is what you need to do, whereas if you're outside. But it's clearly significant if it's 46%. It's almost half.
Yes.
So thank you for pointing that out.
Is what Commissioner Adair just I think she just said, is that even a possibility that we could have, essentially different parameters for ADUs inside the wildlife combining zone versus outside?
As far as I know, I mean, the bill, the law allows counties to be more restrictive, not less. So I suppose that if there were two tiers essentially, and, you know, both of them were either equal to or more restrictive than the existing Senate Bill 391, I don't see why that would not be possible.
I completely agree. The bill gives counties great discretion to be more restrictive, and explicitly so in Senate Bill 391.
Interesting. Yeah, that, there may be a good matrix right in there.
Dual pathway.
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting.
Okay, good. So I'm glad we took time to finish that. I know we're just letting the schedule slide, and we do have executive sessions today, but so item number 20, wildlife inventory update. And let's take a moment and acknowledge item number 20 is Tom's last agenda item now.
Really short one, too.
Well, we'll see. But this could be it, Tom, the last agenda item. Well, we do have executive sessions, but last public agenda item. So wildlife inventory update. Tanya Salzman.
I feel so much pressure now.
Yeah, the pressure.
Remember your entire career by, wow. It's all fine, right?
Make it a good one.
Okay.
Knock it out of the park.
Yeah.
All right, well, again, Tanya Salzman, Senior Planner for the record. And we are now here to discuss the wildlife inventory update and discussion of options to move forward. And I have a PowerPoint that I'm going to try to show you all. Bear with me.
Well, and, you know, acknowledging we got a lot of input on this, and this is it. This agenda item and this presentation, as I say, this is the content of what we're talking about, you know, because the editorial and then the response of, we got a lot of support for wildlife, right? But this is the content of what we're talking about. So I'm just acknowledging that, especially if the meeting's following. This can be, you know, published. These are the facts about what we're talking about at this time.
And it's very auspicious that my presentation mode is actually working on Tom's list.
Yeah, the pressure's on.
Yes, so I feel very proud about that. 'Cause it's usually about 50-50, so, yeah. So I'm, presenting a roadmap, as it were, of potential ways that that the board can choose to move forward with a wildlife inventory update. This slideshow largely echoes what was presented in the memorandum, just in presentation format. Feel free to stop me at any time with any questions. So, as we know, oh, sorry, I just need to hide something on my screen here. Okay. That's as good as it's going to get. So the majority, as you know, we've gone over this before, but I will just give a quick summary of why we're here and what this project is. The majority of Deschutes County's wildlife inventories are more than 30 years old. A while back, more than a year ago, a Department of Land Conservation and Development technical assistance grant allowed us to begin seeing what it would be like to update 3 of these inventories. The grant allowed us to hire a consultant and obtain biological data on 3 species, 3 inventories that were selected by an internal working group team of wildlife biologists from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and our consultant. And
So, question, or maybe a sense of place. When we say majority of Deschutes County's wildlife inventories are 30 years old, that's relative to Deschutes County's Community Development Department inventories relative to land use.
that is correct.
And I'm just acknowledging that in the last 30 years, other than, building on existing parcels or, I guess, destination resort development, there is not like a huge tracts of land that have been subdivided or privatized in those 30 years. So, I mean, it's a shocking statement to say, oh my goodness, 30 years old, but the parcelization has really not changed that much in 30 years. I'm just putting a kind of a sense of place here, I mean, it sounds like a shocking statement, but.
But the build out has been substantial.
Yeah, well, yeah. But, I mean, this is land use comprehensive plan. You can build on your, you've always been able to build on your property for the last 30 years. Yes, it has built out, but I'm just acknowledging that it kind of sounds like a scary, shocking statement, but now is the time to do a comprehensive plan update, and I do support, updating these, but I'm just trying to get a mindset around what that statement means,
Absolutely. And I think, these, when we say the inventories, that means what's referred to as a Goal 5 inventory. So it's kind of the official recorded inventory, and it's a snapshot in time, essentially. Obviously, the wildlife population changes, but, the mechanism to actually, make this part of the documentation within the county, within the comprehensive plan, has not essentially been updated in about 30 years. So obviously, the deer have moved around and increased or decreased, but the official inventory as far as Deschutes County's comprehensive plan is for, it's still 30 years ago.
Yep.
That's what we mean when we're saying.
And the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the state biologists, I mean, they've been following this over those 30 years. It's not like somebody just forgot about the deer. I'm just acknowledging that this is our land use part of it.
Exactly. It's the Goal 5 process.
Yeah.
That's kind of frozen in time a little bit, whilst other things may have changed, but development patterns or wildlife. But yeah, from a land use perspective. Yeah, that's a very good
Thank you. I'm just
clarification.
laying it out there.
Yeah, that's great. So as a result from this TA grant, these 3 inventories were selected to be updated, potentially updated: mule deer winter range, elk winter range, and golden and bald eagle nests. Those 2, the latter, we often refer to as sensitive birds. Just a quicker way of saying that, those 3 were generally regarded to be the most out of date and that had a great degree of change and the best possible new data. So those were essentially the pilot project of this first phase that was grant funded. We brought that out to the public. We've reviewed this with the board before and produced a report, and just wanted to kind of show it to the public, show how this data has changed in 30 years, and get people's general opinion about the thought of potentially updating these wildlife inventories and what that would mean. So that was the grant funded part of the project. We received general overall support for updating, not unanimous, but the majority of respondents to our surveys and our open houses were in favor of doing these updates. Of course, what shape those updates take remains to be determined. So that's a very, very open-ended question. So that leads us to where we are now, which is the grant has closed, and now we're seeing how to move forward. And this is the roadmap of a few options for how to do so. So first, I'm going to just briefly go over the inventory summary. There's a lot of numbers based on the wildlife biologists' data. I'm not going to drill down too much into those, but it'll just give you a general sense of kind of what we're talking about. Those are also in the memorandum. So we'll start with the mule deer. The existing mule deer winter range covers about 315,000 acres. The proposed additional area covers another 188,000 acres for a total, potentially, of about 500,000 acres. And I believe we provided the board with a couple of maps on the mule deer as well as the elk. ODF&W is extremely concerned about the mule deer population, as I'm sure you're well aware. We've heard numbers saying about 10% a year decline in the population, which is pretty significant. They're very concerned about population sustainability. And mule deer populations are at about 55% of their management objective currently. This is just a very kind of general map. This is taken from our story map that was part of our public outreach. The orange is the existing mule deer winter range, and the blue is proposed additional. That new area that covers about 188,000 acres. And we divided it between federal and non-federal land, just because if we want to talk about updating the wildlife inventory, the county can't really touch what's going on federal land, so to speak. So any kind of land use tools that we're using are affecting that non-federal land category. So about 39% of these new inventories are on non-federal land. And we broke it down by zone. I'm not going to read all of these numbers to you unless you would like me to, but you can see that they're distributed across kind of everything. The mule deer are in lots of places, the majority in EFU land. Moving on to the elk. The existing elk winter range covers about 51,000 acres. The proposed additional area covers 340,000 additional acres. A significant increase, resulting in a potential total of about 411,000 acres. And this is a similar map. The orange is the existing wildlife area, elk winter range, and the blue is the proposed. As you can see, it's quite large.
Well, and for clarity, elk populations are going up, correct?
That is the word that we have heard, that they have moved up slightly.
I'm just acknowledging, we got a lot of emails on the subject, and they say elk and deer populations are declining at a shocking rate, so I mean, if those are, if they're not the facts, let's get clear.
We need to put it in context, though, because, over a 50-year period, elk numbers are way down. And, there's a lot of really, part of the reason that, one of the reading about the overlays that we got, there are places that were incredibly important elk habitat, like Widgie Creek, that subsequently became not very usable elk habitat, and so the elk literally have had to, they had a precipitous decline in population, and then they literally have found new places to be, and so just because they're on the upswing now, it does not mean that they're the population levels are anywhere near kind of healthy population levels. I mean, just so like a current tick up is good, but you just gotta look at it in bigger historical context, and that's why, I mean, when you were talking before about, well, it's not a terrible thing that we haven't updated, necessarily a terrible thing that we haven't updated these in 30 years, to capture the total change in what areas the elk are using in Deschutes County, to make sure that we're addressing those. It's actually really important that it's been 30 years since these were updated.
So elk populations have gone up slightly in the last 10 or 20 years is on the document. That's all I was referring to.
I think it's also, I think that's a great point, Commissioner Chang. I think it's also important to note that, you see this new giant blue area. That doesn't mean, yes, the population has gone up, but that doesn't, the amount of new blue on this map doesn't necessarily correlate directly to the increase in population. I think the way ODF&W and the team that developed this proposed new inventory is that's the amount of land that they believe needs to be, we need that in order to kind of sustain and maintain the existing population. Just because it's a larger area doesn't mean there's a lot more or elk or a lot more of that species. That's the habitat that's necessary for those populations. And I know that's kind of a weird way to put it. I'm probably not putting it the best possible.
So these proposed areas are, who created this map? Who said, oh, this is the footprint that we need?
This was our interagency working group that was part of that first phase of the grant-funded project. So it was representatives from ODFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, as well as our wildlife biologist consultant. So they all got together over the course of, I guess, half a year, 3/4 of a year to look at their data. We have the raw data in our story map that we've shared in the past that shows, based on new data, whether it's collaring or aerial tag or GPS or however they do this, whatever their methodology is, and they determined these boundaries. And they said, that doesn't mean that there aren't elk in places or deer or whoever outside of these shapes. It just means that these are the areas that they recommend be considered in an inventory.
So it's Deschutes County's consultants and the professionals in the state of Oregon are providing this map to us for our land use process.
Exactly. That's perfectly put. Yeah. It was It was not me, it was the scientists.
Yeah,
and the-
who's us is all I'm asking, yeah.
Yes, but they, that was kind of the purpose of that first phase of the project, to kind of look at their data together and say, and determine these polygons as the most effective to kind of maintaining those habitats. And this is, again, the non-federal land just broken down by zone. And I will not belabor the specific numbers, but they are available in that memorandum. Sensitive birds, the existing inventory consists of 5 bald eagle nests and 25 golden eagle nests. And the proposed inventory totals 116 bald eagle nests and 103 golden eagle nest locations. And I will note throughout this that the way these sensitive bird areas are kind of tracked and drawn are quite different than the elk and the mule deer. Each nest is a point. And those have buffers around them, so the acreage is not quite apples to apples when you're looking at kind of deer inventory versus birds, because the way that buffer is calculated and utilized can be slightly different, and I'll go into that in a moment. But these larger numbers of nests doesn't mean increased eagle success, as they told us many times. It just means in 30 years, they've come up with a lot better ways to track birds. Frankly, the data collection is pretty amazing now. 30 years is an eternity in terms of kind of scientific advancement and biological data collection. The way they do that, the way they maintain their databases is very different. So now they can identify that there can be several alternative nest sites per territory. They couldn't identify that as well before. I will also say that if you want to drill down into kind of the reasons why these things are happening, we can certainly bring in actual biologists who can give you that information, but this is what has been relayed to us, and just because those numbers are bigger doesn't mean that they're doing that much better. It's just better ways of seeing where those nests exist. So similarly, here's a map of the eagles. The tiny little, I guess they're orange dots. Those are the bald eagles, I believe, and the larger dots, which represent a 2-mile buffer, that's a suggested buffer, are the golden eagle. About 38% of those nests are on non-federal land, and I've outlined the zones below. Like I noted before, the nest areas are calculated in a really different way. Each one is a point with a buffer around it. They used to both types of birds had quarter-mile buffers suggested by ODF&W and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and that was what was used in our current wildlife area combining zones. They've recommended now a larger buffer for the golden eagles for 2 miles, and that's why you see those large blue circles. That doesn't mean you can't do anything in those buffers. It just, usually with bird habitats and nests, it's more time-based. It's more things like you shouldn't do construction during this time of the year or something like that. They express these buffers as an awareness buffer. It just means that there needs to be some sort of communication often with the agencies in question. It doesn't mean, oh my gosh, you can't do anything there. So it's a little bit different in terms of looking at the acreage. The acreage can be a little bit deceiving in this sense.
So stuff like no rock drilling during mating season?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And just a quick look at the composite of all 3 inventories, and this is also a graphic from our story map showing kind of all old and new all sandwiched together. About 30% is on non-federal land, 267,000 acres. And this is the breakdown of the zones. And I'll note that, if you add up the three new inventory amounts, it doesn't exactly add up because there is some overlap. There's some areas that have more than one inventory on that. So obviously that area is only counted once. And we can drill down onto those numbers further. If you look at the story map, you can zoom in. It's pretty cool. You can look at a parcel close to the parcel level, not quite parcel level, but gives you a sense of where things are. But this is just a quick snapshot. So the opposite of this is showing what's not in a wildlife inventory, proposed wildlife inventory. We have about 95,000 acres that are on non-federal land that do not contain Goal 5 wildlife inventories, and that's existing or proposed. And I will note that again, with the way that the birds are mapped, this is probably a conservative number. There's probably a little bit more area does not contain a Goal 5 inventory if you kind of look at those buffers more carefully and consider those. And this is just showing where they are. A lot of them are on the east side of Bend, and generally the east side of the county. And those are the zones up there. Most of it, as you would expect, in EFU. So now I'm going to take you through some options. That was just a baseline of the data, just to give you a sense of what we're talking about. And here's some options with the actual project and how the planning staff could move forward with that. We see three options at the moment. The first option is to select one of the 3 inventories to update as a pilot project, essentially. And we've been kind of saying this throughout, that this is not a process that's done very often, either by us or by other counties. It's quite a process. It's prescribed by state statute, how it's done. A lot of counties don't have the means to do it. It is a significant undertaking, and there's a lot of coordination, and that's why it's exciting. But there's no requirement to update these. So this would be kind of a new process. So that is why we're presenting one option as just doing one of the inventories, to hone in on this process, work with our partners at the state and with other agencies, and figure out the best way to do this this analysis and move forward with that. If that was the case, staff recommends, in consult with ODFW, mule deer would probably be the first one to do. It has the best new data, according to what they've told us. It's a very visible species, obviously. It would get a lot of kind of recognition of this project, so it's kind of perfect for a pilot project. People could really see this in action. But this is all, of course, up for board consideration. So option 2 would be to do 2 of the 3 inventories for the same reasons.
It's Commissioner Adair.
Yes.
I have a comment. I was just wondering, in all your work, could you tell us if the number of hunting tags have been decreased by the state, if the population is really being recognized as going down 10%? Do we have an answer on that?
I do, actually. Thank you for reminding me. I checked with them, and they said they do every single year. They revisit the number of hunting tags for mule deer that are put out there, and they have reduced them accordingly to match those population reductions.
Okay, and then the other side of it is the cougar population in the state. I believe it's doubled in the last so many years. And, studying the mule deer, if there's any way we could study the cougar population at the same time, I don't know. I just think it might be significant. I know I see deer that have been hit by the side of the road, but I also know that we have cougars, and then there's a Jefferson wolf pack that I know has been photographed in the Laura Bridge area in the last couple months. So, they do have some predators that are like in our fringes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there's so many inventories and there's so many species, and I think these are two really important ones. I think given the scope of the initial grant, we could only address those 3, but I think we'll ask our partners about, what they think about these inventories for future updates. I think the way this project is structured right now, we have that initial data for the first 3 and not additional ones. I think if this is successful, I think those would be the next ones to go to be addressed if ODFW would support that. But we'll certainly bring it up with them in conversations, because absolutely, it's all symbiotic and everything relates together. And I wish it would be great to update everything.
That said,
especially the predators,
yeah,
besides man.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to say, that said, understanding how many animals are being consumed either by predatory species or by human hunters is important. But it's very well known that issues such as habitat fragmentation and road crossings are having a huge impact on our deer and elk populations in this region. So there are wolves and mountain lions are protected species. You know, they're species with a certain degree of protection to them. So they just need to be factored in. If we need to have healthy enough wildlife populations that they can withstand a bit of predation. And one of the ways that we get there is by ensuring that there's adequate habitat to support healthy populations of deer and elk. So that's, in my mind, that's why why these wildlife inventory maps are important, and why the discussions we're going to have about what we are doing with this data are important.
Great, thanks. So continuing forward, the second option that staff is presenting, as I noted, is to update 2 of the 3 inventories to update. The staff recommends mule deer for the aforementioned reasons, as well as elk. And this is not to say that we don't want to update the birds at all, because this is, these are the 3 species we chose, and the biologists suggested. I think that beginning this process, the mule deer and elk processes would be fairly similar in terms of the type of data and the type of protections and that sort of thing. So they just have a logical kind of pairing together. In addition, the way staff interprets it, there would be significantly more analysis for the sensitive birds. There's approximately, I believe I said 200 nests, and you need to do a little analysis for every single one, which is hugely important, but it will be a different type of process. So that is why we've kind of cut it this way, but we're of course open to suggestions, and this is meant as the first effort. So just wanted to put that out there.
So question,
Yeah.
These proposed inventories, would that be proposed wildlife area combining zone? Is that kind of a one-to-one mapping, or is that something different?
It would likely be, it's, the way we see it is 2 factors. It would likely be a mapping thing, those additional kind of blobs on the map become an additional wildlife area combining zone of some type. But then there might be, and we'll get into it later, in terms of use restrictions or other kind of regulatory and non-regulatory ways to manage wildlife. So it would be both kind of text as well as zoning districts, if that makes sense. It would be another wildlife area combining zone is the product, essentially. It might be a little bit different from the initial wildlife area combining zone, and that remains to be seen, but that would be kind of the end product.
And then this would be going over existing parcels that haven't had it in the past. I mean, that gets kind of sticky.
It would be, essentially the wildlife area combining zone, it's an overlay. So that is how it would work. That's how it works now as well. So there's underlying zoning and then that wildlife area overlay. And what is in that overlay zone remains to be seen, and that's part of this process in terms of what will be allowed, what will not be allowed, what would be, maybe development might have to cluster or that type of thing. And those are all the details that will get determined in that process.
Well, I'm just thinking it could propagate through the code. I mean, all kinds of places in the code.
Yeah. Option 3 is to actually defer these updates until the completion of the comprehensive plan update. As you know, we're going to begin the comprehensive plan update in the planning division probably early next year, I think, is what we're doing. And that's a huge project, looking at so many different aspects of development constraints and opportunities and natural resources and transportation and basically everything we do as land use planners. And that's a big undertaking, and it could in theory be helpful to do that analysis of all those other factors before drilling down into the wildlife inventory, to see kind of where development patterns might be shaking out, or where certain things just might rise to the surface of concerns for the county, or areas that are priority, that type of thing. Just it's a little bit more holistic and far-reaching. It also depends, and of course we're flexible, but it depends on staff resources. It works, the comprehensive plan update is a large undertaking, and so juggling that, we can we will do that, and just figuring out kind of how they fit together. So that's a third option. And I'm just going to go quickly through those options. I kind of explained them already, but the option one for Mule Deer, we believe that would probably involve 2 or 3 open houses. At this time, we think it's going to be virtual. With the Planning Commission, we see them having a significant role. And then the legislative amendment process would likely take 4 to 6 months. And that's a coordination with DLCD, because, as I've noted, that whole process is very strictly prescribed in state statute. If we chose option 2, it's very similar. It would just take a little bit longer because it is more data to go through. So we would anticipate 2 to 3 open houses again with the Planning Commission to just discuss the project, what it means, look at maps, discuss uses, and we think that the legislative amendment process in that case would probably take 6 to 8 months. And then option 3 would be deferring to after the comp plan update, which would be a little bit later, admittedly, but the comprehensive plan update would also, in the goals and the policies, would still address wildlife resources, just wouldn't, in those could be updated from the current comprehensive plan, to be sure, but the actual specific inventory updates would take place after that. Okay, one more point of discussion. So the first, as I just went through kind of options on how to tackle potential inventories. Do one of them, do 2 of them, perhaps wait. And this is another category of decisions for the board about use restrictions. And this would apply to any updates. The board needs to determine what uses might be considered conflicting and then therefore considered as a prohibited use in the proposed new areas. And it's really important to note that conflicting use doesn't necessarily mean that has to be prohibited. That's up to you. This is the way that this is determined in the OARs. You identify conflicting uses that's based on input from the wildlife biologists and the agencies. And then the board goes through an analysis with staff's help on determining if that warrants prohibition or if it does not. And there's a whole list of those that I'll go through in a moment. The existing wildlife area combining zone in the deer and elk winter ranges has a whole list of things that use restrictions. Golf courses, dog kennels, public-private schools, bed and breakfast, Jude Ranch, playground, timeshare, vet clinic, and fishing lodge. Those are already in the code. Those are existing as we know it today.
So those are outright prohibited?
Correct.
So they're not conflicting uses that could be mitigated or worked with?
The choice was made when this was codified to prohibit them.
Yep, I'm just making sure, because you mentioned just before this about conflicting uses.
Yes.
Doesn't mean you can't do it, but you can't do it.
Correct. It's
just making sure, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
all the logic.
There's a lot of layers and there's a lot of details. So yes, I appreciate that. It's when we get into the new stuff that first it's, is this a conflicting use and should we prohibit it? It's kind of a 2-step thing, and this is already done and in place. So now we get to the potentials. So there was a 2009 interagency report when I believe it was during the comprehensive planning process of additional uses that should be considered for prohibition. And this was before, these new inventories, the new areas were developed, because that was just last year. This was in 2009. So guest ranch, outdoor commercial events, OHV courses, paintball courses, shooting ranges, model airplane parks, and BMX courses. These were suggestions put forward. And then there was in subsequent conversations with ODF&W, they recommended consideration of prohibiting these additional uses, which could be solar farms, commercial camping areas, RV park areas, and wind farm development. And I realize that a lot of these uses are things that are in discussion with the board for other reasons. For instance, RV parks. These are things that the board might want to still encourage. But this, from the initial study of what would be a conflicting use, these are identified as such. Doesn't mean you have to prohibit them. They're just putting that out there on the table as recommendations for things that do potentially interfere with these habitats. So these are going to be the things that the board will want to think about, what direction they would like to go in terms of potential prohibition or not at all. So we'll drill down into kind of 3 options for how these use restrictions will shake out. First, those existing prohibitions that are already in place for the existing wildlife area zone, the consideration to carry those over to potential new areas is one consideration. The next is with that new set of prohibited or recommended prohibited uses, would those be something that the board would want to prohibit in the new areas? And it doesn't need to be all of them, it could be some of them, it's however you choose to do it. And then lastly, would you want to recommend that any of those new prohibited uses also be applied to the existing wildlife area combining zone? So there's a lot of kind of different ways that can be done. So you're applying new prohibited uses to the old areas, old prohibited uses to the new areas, every combination in between. But those are the kind of 3 packages of how you might address those use restrictions. And it's a lot, I realize. It's a lot of information. And this is just to say that residential uses at the time right now in rural Deschutes County will continue to be permitted outright or conditionally. That includes single-family dwellings, manufactured homes, medical hardship, guest houses, cluster of planned unit developments, potentially rural ADUs, since we're talking about those now, and destination resorts. We recognize that housing is a concern of the board, and this is a thing that they were trying to promote. So, and we also want to be cognizant of Measure 49.
One quick question: what's a guest house opposed to a medical hardship or a ADU?
The guest house is defined as it's without a kitchen, right? Yes, it's a lot of people. I guess would a man cave count as a guest house?
It could. But it's common as sleeping quarters for somebody else and that's on the property. I mean, like somebody's going to come.
Kind of like a she shed.
Man cave, she shed. Yeah.
Yeah, man cave.
But it's not an ADU. That's the
right.
Yeah.
And the big
and
difference.
And it's limited. I'm sorry.
And the big difference is a bathroom or a kitchen or something like that.
Kitchen is the defining factor. Right?
It can't be a kitchen, and it's really limited to family members. It's not that we regulate that, but that's what it's intended for. I mean, we do regulate it if there's a code complaint, but it's not something we monitor.
Yeah. Thank you.
CDD monitors.
Yeah. So yeah, as part of the conversation about residential uses, it's complicated. I recognize this, but it is important to be cognizant of Measure 49, and that states that if a public entity enacts one or more land use regulations, for instance, creating a new wildlife area combining zone that restricts the residential use of private real property and that reduce the fair market value of the property, then the owner of the property shall be entitled to just compensation. Something to be aware of. I think the direction we've generally received is that residential uses would likely continue to be permitted. Obviously, everything is on the table. We just want to make the board aware of kind of all of the caveats about that. Yep. Next steps. So this is a lot of information, a lot of data, a lot of options, a lot of combinations of options. So I do not expect decisions today, and I think we can schedule a subsequent meeting at the board's preference. But the first set of options is select in terms of inventories. Would you like to pursue an update of 1 inventory, 2 inventories, or wait until after the comprehensive plan to update them? And I will note that in some of the public input that the board has received over the last day or 2, there was a suggestion, I think 2 suggestions to update them all. So that's, of course, that's on the table as well. So that's the first set of decisions. And the second set of decision is to look at those use restrictions and see what you think about potential restriction of some or all, and again, this will be similar to kind of the rural ADU. This will be a starting point. This will be kind of then put out to the public. There will be lots of community conversations on this, but it is helpful to have a informed starting point for those use restrictions. And that's all I have for you today. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and staff will definitely come back as needed and when it's appropriate to start making these decisions.
So this is Deschutes County rural land use we're talking about here, and I'm just trying to get real clear. So the city of La Pine, Sun River, yeah, I'm just thinking, you know, what are those are in the south. Is there anything else? Because alfalfa is not in that kind of a pattern. Sun River, I guess, is. But, and then Bend and Redmond, you know, the cities themselves. So I'm just thinking the land use.
Right, it would exclude all of the cities, yeah.
You want to come up?
Yeah, if you can help me with, and I'm just thinking, you know, I'm looking at veterinary clinic. I don't know that we have veterinary clinics in the rural. I mean, I guess we don't because they're in the current. But is Sun River have its own land use, or does this cover that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Peter Gutowski, Planning Manager. The unincorporated communities are not subject to the wildlife area combining zone.
Yeah, okay.
And so that's Sun River. Sun River is recognized as an urban unincorporated community, and the communities are Tumalo and Terrebonne.
Yeah.
And that's because their uses are urban. And the comprehensive plan and the code recognizes that historical land use pattern.
What about rural service center? Because those are those little ones.
Rural, that's a good question. We'd have to check.
'Cause there's only about 8 or 10 parcels, but there's.
Yeah, they're individual properties. So, you know, your point about veterinarian clinics is a good one. You know, the 5 solar farms that Deschutes County's approved over the last several years, those are outside. They were outside the wildlife area combining zone. The regulations that govern solar farms, just for your education, if it's on high-value farmland, the state law triggers coordination with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. If it's larger, regardless if it's in a wildlife area combining zone, if the footprint is larger than 320 acres, it triggers coordination with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. The 5 that we've approved in Deschutes County didn't meet those first 2 criteria, and the third was they weren't in a wildlife area combining zone. The shooting ranges that we have, there's 2, are outside of the current and proposed wildlife area combining zone. So that's one of the reasons why Tanya coordinated to produce that map that shows those areas in rural Deschutes County that are remain by the existing and proposed wildlife inventories, just to give you context of that area in rural Deschutes County. It's predominantly east of Bend and along the Highway 97 corridor, north of Bend up to Terrebonne. So it's just information for you to consider in terms of how, when you think about limiting uses, recognizing that we have, you know, a large portion of our county that is unaffected. But nonetheless, it's a conversation that staff will want to have with you to determine if you want to go forward as part of a pilot project, the types of uses that, just as a starting point, should be considered for preclusion, as well as those that should remain allowed, even though the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has acknowledged that they're a conflicting use when it's related to their mission, which is to focus on statewide, you know, wildlife of statewide importance and the habitat that they need to remain in coexistence.
So are these maps pretty static from now, or is there is this a version of the map that might be edited? You know, because this is our professional consulting product. I mean, is this it, or would it change at all from here on out?
I think those are based on, you know, the most up-to-date data, so unless they did another, I
so
see
there's
it as finite.
there's no process about debating the map anymore, I guess, you know, because of my question.
I think there's a little bit of wiggle room per state statute. There can be about certain things.
A finding has to be made, Mr. Chairman, in justifying the county's comprehensive plan and development code is consistent with state law, that these inventories are significant and that they've been vetted accordingly. And so that's what they represent today. We would bolster those arguments by reconfirming with the agencies, but cutting to the point, these inventories, these updated inventories are what we expect to be available. They recognize the new habitat, whether they're acknowledged in our comprehensive plan or not, and it would be what we would bring forward for consideration if and when the timing is right for the board to incorporate it into our codes.
Great.
Thank you. I think at this point, this is a lot of information to consider. There's a reason why localities do not initiate wildlife inventories because of the factors that Tanya highlighted. So what we would like to do, if it seems reasonable, is come back in 3 to 4 weeks and re-engage the board and answer any questions you have and receive direction to the extent that you're ready to offer it as we head into the fall months.
That sounds good to me. I had a couple of questions still, if that's all right. I was particularly interested in the use restrictions, kind of existing, potentially proposed. My first question was, so there is this set of existing prohibited land uses that we're currently applying in existing wildlife inventoried areas, and I was wondering if, in the process of proposing additional types or new types, I mean, that reflects sort of an understanding of, okay, well, these are the kinds of land uses that we might be worried about today. Whether there was any revisit of the existing prohibited land uses in deer and elk winter ranges that maybe we're not worried about anymore, that we actually revisit the existing list and say, I mean, there are a couple of these, like timeshare unit. It's sort of like an antiquated term, and I don't know. I actually, frankly, don't really know what that means in terms of rural land use in Deschutes County these days. But so, I mean, did we actually tighten up the old list as well as think about new land uses that we might see as concerns for habitat? There was I was also these are we see some proposals from ODFW related to deer and elk winter ranges. I was also wondering whether there will be some other kind of process where we ask wildlife biologists about what land uses we may need to be concerned about for the eagles, and whether we think that those might actually be different. There's like a large ungulate animal versus a flying bird, whether there's land use, whether there might be land uses that aren't really that it might be concerns for deer and elk that might not be concerns for birds, and vice versa. And the one that kind of jumps to mind that I think there's questions about that people have raised with us recently are private airstrips. So I could see a private airstrip being potentially more of a perched on the rim of the Deschutes River Canyon, being more of a concern for deer for birds, large birds, than for deer and elk. So that that's another question is kind of like how does thinking about land use or use restrictions for eagles, does that wait until we're ready to do that? Going back to our first choice, like option 1, 2, or doing one inventory now, or doing 2 inventories now, or doing 3, and holding off on the eagles till later. So that was another question. I also wanted to ask if we adopted some of these proposed land use prohibitions into the existing deer and elk ranges, would a guest ranch that's already in existence be grandfathered in? Or, I mean, they wouldn't suddenly be faced with, you can't do this here anymore. Okay. Yeah, those were the 3 questions I had about kind of use restrictions.
And we want to be mindful of your time, knowing that you're heading into executive session. We can answer your questions now, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Chang and Commissioner Adair, or we can, in a couple of weeks, we can come back with that information. It's not lost on me that we've been here for a little over 2 hours, so it's to the pleasure of the board. We just want to be mindful
If
of.
we move on and we'll just document it.
Yeah, I'm comfortable to come back and visit those things.
All right.
Thank you very much.
We got through it. Pretty heavy stuff. Thank you.
We'll be back.
So that was item 20. Are there other items for today before we do go to executive session?
I just wanted to make a comment about the elk. Normally, we see them in the winter right next to our house in the hay ranch. And I didn't see them this last year, but I'm glad to know that their numbers are going up. So did see them out on Johnson Road. I know that there's a whole group out there a lot. But I know the deer around me can read because they have an alfalfa field that they are always grooming.
Mm-hmm.
They at least can smell.
Yeah. Oh, they smell really well.
Yeah.
So just another item. So Commissioner Williams from Lake County was in town yesterday, so I was able to see him at the end of the day. So we stopped in the office and I was able just to say hi to him. Your door was closed, we walked past, but he called because he was in town. I just saw him for a few minutes yesterday. But yeah, no other reports at this time.
Commissioners, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We just have one additional item, the draft letter we have to LCDC, the Land Conservation and Development Commission. If you have had an opportunity to review that in your mailbox, requesting support for interim housing on rural lands for the 2021-2023 policy agenda. This would be similar rules to the rules that allow for sheltering for people displaced by natural hazards. It would be rules similar to those for people displaced by the housing crisis. And if you haven't had an opportunity to review that, we can certainly revisit that next week. The comment period is open until October 14th.
Yeah, so I got the letter. I guess, what are the possibilities here? So I don't know how long we want to. So rules to allow us, individuals to do some housing or us to cite,
Good question. So the rules that LCDC adopted, temporary rules in October of 2020, final rules adopted in July 2021, they allow for a variety of options to house people temporarily that were displaced by natural hazards, and specifically the 2020 wildfires. So it may allow provisions for an RV to be located on a property as a dwelling for up to, if I recall correctly, like 5 years, provided they have wastewater disposal, things of that nature. There may be temporary campgrounds with real specific sideboards for a couple of years. So there are those types of options in rural areas that don't currently exist in state administrative rules. Yeah, okay. And so our thinking is to consider requesting the commission to adopt similar rules for people displaced by the housing crisis, to provide another option from what we currently experience on public roads, rights-of-way, public lands, et cetera.
Yeah. No, that's good. I was just looking for those examples, those specific examples.
I had a chance to review the letter, and I like it. I think we should I definitely would like for us to send this letter. The one addition or tweak that I might encourage would be that this sentence in the first paragraph that talks about families with children and youth who among the houseless, the families and with children and youth who do not live with an adult, if we could use numbers. I believe there are numbers, so if we can throw some numbers in there, that just kind of gives them a better sense of the scale of the problem. I think that would make it a little more impactful.
I'm supportive of that. So, Commissioner Dare, you like the idea of this letter?
Yes, numbers always do make a difference. So
Great.
thank you for that addition.
So how about a motion then?
So move, we send the letter to LCDC
Okay.
with the corrections.
Yep. And it's been seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare
Yes.
and Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay. Letters going out the door, or formatted real nice and then going out the door.
Thank you.
Is there any other item? So seeing none, we're going to executive session, and Tom, that was it for your last